Chapter 1 of The Amateur Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Douglas Jewsbury. The Amateur Gentleman by Geoffrey Farnell. Chapter 1, in which Barnabas knocks down his father, though as dutifully as may be. John Barty, ex-champion of England and landlord of the Coursing Hound, sat screwed round in his chair, with his eyes yet turned to the door that had closed after the departing lawyer fully 5 minutes ago, and his eyes were wide and blank, and his mouth, grim and close-lipped as a rule, gaped, becoming aware of which, he closed it with a snap, and passed a great knotted fist across his brow. "Barnabas," said he slowly, "I been asleep and dreaming, be I, Barnabas?" "No, father." "But £700,000? It were £700,000, weren't it, Barnabas?" "Yes, father." 700,000? No, I can't believe it, Barnabas, my bite." "Neither can I, father," said Barnabas, still staring down at the papers which littered the table before him. "Nor I aren't a-going to try to believe it, Barnabas." "And yet here it is, all written down in black and white, and you heard what Mr. Crabtree said." "Ah, I heerd, but, after all, Crabtree's only a lawyer, though a good un as lawyers go, always been honest and square wi' me. Leastways, I never caught him trying to bamboozle John Barty yet. And what the eye don't observe, the heart don't grieve, Barnabas, my boy, and there you are. But £700,000 is coming it a bit too strong. If he'd a knocked off a few 100,000, I could have took it easier, Barnabas, but as it is, no, Barnabas." "It's a great fortune," said Barnabas in the same repressed tone, and with his eyes still intent. "Fortin?" repeated the father. "Fortin? It's fetched me one in the ribs. Lo, Barnabas, lo, it's took my wind, and I'm a-hanging on to the ropes, lad. Why, Lord love me, I never thought as your Uncle Tom had it in him to keep himself from starving, let alone make a fortin. My scapegrace brother Tom. Poor Tom has sailed away in an emigrant ship, which is a uncommon bad kind of a ship to sail in, so I've heerd, Barnabas. And now, to think as he went and made all that fortin, away off in Jamaica, out of vegetables. And lucky speculation, father." "Now, Barnabas," exclaimed his father, beginning to rasp his fingers to and fro across his great, square, shaven chin, "why argufy? Your Uncle Tom was a planter, very well. Why is a man a planter? Because he plants things. And what should a man plant but vegetables? So, Barnabas, vegetables I says, and vegetables I abide by, now and hereafter. £700,000, all made in Jamaica, out of vegetables, and there you are." Here John Barty paused, and sat with his chin twixt finger and thumb, in expectation of his son's rejoinder. But, finding him silent, he presently continued, "Now, what astonishes and fetches me a leveller as fair doubles me up is, why should my brother Tom leave all this money to a young op-o'-me-thumb like you, Barnabas? You, as he never see but once, and you then a infant, and large for your age, in your blessed mother's arms, Barnabas, a-kicking and a-squaring away with your little pink fists as proper as ever I seen, inside the ring or out. Ah, Barnabas," sighed his father, shaking his head at him, "you was a promising infant, likewise a promising bye. Me and Natty Bell had great hopes of you, Barnabas. If you'd been governed by me and Natty Bell, you might have done us all proud in the prize ring. You was cut out for the fancy. Why, Lord, you might even have come to be champion of England in time. You're the very spit of what I was when I beat the fighting Quaker at Dartford 30 years ago." But you see, father, that was why me and Natty Bell took you in hand, learned you all we knowed of the game, and there aren't a fighting man in all England as knows so much about the noble art as me and Natty Bell. But, father, if you'd only followed your natural gifts, Barnabas, I say you might have been champion of England today, with marquises and lords and earls proud to shake your hand. If only you'd been ruled by Natty Bell and me. I'm disappointed in you, Barnabas, and so's Natty Bell. I'm sorry, father, but as I told you, still, Barnabas, what ain't to be ain't, and what is, is. Some is born with a natural love of the fancy and gift for the game, like me and Natty Bell, and some with a love for reading out of books and a ciphering into books, like you. Though a reader and a writer generally has a hard time on it, and dies poor, which, after all, is only natural. And there you are. Here John Barty paused to take up the tankard of ale at his elbow, and pursed up his lips to blow off the foam. But in that moment, observing his son about to speak, he immediately set down the ale untasted, and continued, "Not as I quarrels with your reading and writing, Barnabas, no, and because why? Because reading and writing is apt to be useful, now and then, and because it were a promise as I made to your mother. When your mother were alive, Barnabas, she used to keep all my accounts for me. She likewise larned me to spell my own name, with a capital G for John and a capital B for Bartley, and when she died, Barnabas, being an infant you don't remember, but when she died, lad, I was that lost, that broke and helpless, that all the fight were took out of me, and it's a wonder I didn't throw up the sponge altogether. And it's likely I should have done, but for Natty Bell." "Yes, father, no man ever had a better friend than Natty Bell. Ah, yes, though I did beat him out of the championship, which come very nigh breaking his heart at the time, Barnabas, but, as I says to him that day as they carried him out of the ring, it was out of the 97 round, do you see, Barnabas, what is to be is, Natty Bell, I says, and what ain't, ain't. It were ordained, I says, as I should be champion of England, I says, and as you and me should be friends, now and hereafter, I says. And right good friends we have been, as you know, Barnabas." "Indeed, yes, father," said Barnabas, with another vain attempt to stem his father's volubility. "But your mother, Barnabas, your mother, God rest her sweet soul, your mother weren't like me, no, nor Natty Bell. She were away up over me and the likes of me, and a wonderful scholard she were, and when she died, Barnabas—" Here the ex-champion's voice grew uncertain, and his steady gaze wavered, sought the sanded floor, the raftered ceiling, wandered down the wall, and eventually fixed upon the bell-mouthed blunderbuss that hung above the mantel. "When she died," he continued, "she made me promise as you should be taught to read and cipher, and taught I've had you according, for a promise is a promise, Barnabas, and there you are. For which I can never be sufficiently grateful, both to her and to you," said Barnabas, who sat with his chin propped upon his hand, gazing through the open lattice to where the broad white road wound away betwixt blooming hedges, growing ever narrower till it vanished over the brow of a distant hill. "Not as I holds wi' education myself, Barnabas, as you know," pursued his father, "but that's why you was sent to school. That's why me and Natty Bell sat by quiet and watched you at your books. Sometimes, when I've seen you stooping your back over your reading, or cramping your fist round a pen, Barnabas, why, I've took it hard, Barnabas, hard, I'll not deny. But Natty Bell has minded me as it was her wish, and so, why, there you are." It was seldom his father mentioned to Barnabas the mother whose face he had never seen, upon which rare occasions John Barty's deep voice was wont to take on a hoarser note, and his blue eyes, that were usually so steady, would go wandering off until they fixed themselves on some remote object. Thus he sat now, leaning back in his elbow-chair, gazing in rapt attention at the bell-mouthed blunderbuss above the mantel, while his son, chin on fist, stared always and ever to where the road dipped and vanished over the hill, leading on and on to London and the great world beyond. She died, Barnabas, just 21 years ago, buried at Maidstone, where you were born. 21 years is a longish time, lad, but memory's longer and deeper and stronger than time, after all, and I know that her memory will go with me all along the way, do you see, lad? And so, Barnabas, said John Barty, lowering his gaze to his son's face, so, Barnabas, there you are. Yes, father, nodded Barnabas, still intent upon the road. And now I come to your Uncle Tom, and speaking of him, Barnabas, my lad, what are you going to do with all this money? Barnabas turned from the window and met his father's eye. Do with it? He began. Why, first of all, because, pursued his father, we might buy the White Hart, t'other side of Sevenoaks. To be sure, you're over young to have any say in the matter. Still, after all, the money's yours, Barnabas. What do you say to the White Hart? A very good house, nodded Barnabas, stealing a glance at the road again. But, to be sure, there's a running horse, said his father, just beyond Purley on the Brighton road, a coaching house with plenty of custom. What do you think of the running horse? Any one you choose, father, but then there's the Sun in the Sands on Shooter's Hill, a fine inn and not to be sneezed at, Barnabas. We might take that. Just as you wish, father, only, though I've often thought the Greyhound at Croydon would be a comfortable house to own. Buy whichever you choose, father. It will be all one to me. Good lad, nodded John. You can leave it all to Natty Bell and me. Yes, said Barnabas, rising and fronting his father across the table. You see, I intend to go away, sir. Eh? Exclaimed his father, staring. Go away? Where to? To London. London? And what should you want in London, a slip of a lad like you? I'm turned 22, father. And what should a slip of a lad of 22 want in London? You leave London alone, Barnabas. London, indeed. What should you want with London? Learn to be a gentleman. What? As he spoke, John Barty rose up out of his chair, his eyes wide, his mouth agape with utter astonishment. As he encountered his son's look, however, his expression slowly changed from amazement to contempt, from contempt to growing ridicule, and from ridicule to black anger. John Barty was a very tall man, broad and massive, but, even so, he had to look up to Barnabas as they faced each other across the table, and as they stood thus eye to eye, the resemblance between them was marked. Each possessed the same indomitable jaw, the same square brow and compelling eyes, the same grim prominence of chin. But there all likeness ended. In Barnabas, the high carriage of the head, the soft brilliancy of the full, well-opened grey eye, the curve of the sensitive nostrils, the sweet set of the firm, shapely mouth, all were the heritage of that mother who was to him but a vague memory. But now, while John Barty frowned upon his son, Barnabas frowned back at his father, and the added grimness of his chin offset the sweetness of the mouth above. Barnabas, said his father at last, did you say a gentleman, Barnabas? Yes. What, you? Here John Barty's frown vanished suddenly, and, expanding his great chest, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. Barnabas clenched his fists, and his mouth lost something of its sweetness, and his eyes glinted through their curving lashes, while his father laughed and laughed till the place rang again, which, of itself, stung Barnabas sharper than any blow could have done. But now, having had his laugh out, John Barty frowned again, blacker than ever, and, resting his two hands upon the table, leaned towards Barnabas with his great square chin jutted forward and his deep-set eyes narrowed to shining slits. The fighting face that had daunted many a man ere now. "So you want to be a gentleman, eh?" "Yes." "You aren't crazed in your head, are you, Barnabas?" "Not that I know of, father." "This here fortin, then. It's been and turned your brain, that's what it is." Barnabas smiled and shook his head. "Listen, father," said he. "It has always been the dream and ambition of my life to better my condition, to strive for a higher place in the world, to be a gentleman. This was why I refused to become a pugilist, as you and Natty Bell desired. This was why I worked and studied. A great deal harder than you ever guessed, though up till today I hardly dared hope my dream would ever be realized. But now you want to go to London and be a gentleman, eh?" "Yes." "Which all comes along of your reading a fool book. Why, Lord, you can no more become a gentleman than I can, or the blunderbuss yonder. And because why? Because a gentleman must be a gentleman born, and his father afore him, and his father afore him. You, Barnabas, you was born the son of a champion of England, and that should be enough for most lads, but your head's chock full of fool's notions and crazy fancies. And as your lawful father, it's my bounden duty to get 'em out again, Barnabas, my lad." So saying, John Barty proceeded to take off his coat and belcher neckerchief, and rolled his shirt sleeves over his mighty forearms, motioning Barnabas to do the like. "A father's duty be a very solemn thing, Barnabas," he continued slowly, "and your head being, as I say, full of wild ideas, I'm going to try to punch 'em out again, as a well-meaning father should. So help me back with the table out of the road, and off with your coat and neckerchief." Well knowing the utter futility of argument with his father at such a time, Barnabas obediently helped to set back the table, thus leaving the floor clear, which done, he, in turn, stripped off coat and neckcloth, and rolled up his sleeves, while his father watched him with sharply appraising eye. "You peel well, Barnabas," he nodded. "You peel like a fighting man. You've a tidy arm and a goodish spread of shoulder. Likewise your legs is clean and straight. But your skin's womanish, Barnabas, womanish, and your muscles soft wi' books. So, lad, are you ready? Then come on." Thus, without more ado, they faced each other foot to foot, bare-armed and alert of eye. For a moment they sparred watchfully. Then John Barty feinted Barnabas into an opening. In that same moment his fist shot out, and Barnabas measured his length on the floor. "I knowed as much," John sighed mournfully as he aided Barnabas to his feet. "And 'twere only a love tap, so to speak. This is what comes of your book reading." "Try me again," said Barnabas. "It'll be harder next time," said his father. "As hard as you like," nodded Barnabas. Once more came the light tread of quick-moving feet. Once more John Barty feinted cunningly. Once more his fist shot out, but this time it missed its mark, for, ducking the blow, Barnabas smacked home 2 lightning blows on his father's ribs, and danced away again, light and buoyant as a cork. "Stand up and fight, lad," growled his father. "Plant your feet square. Never go hopping about on your toe points like a French dancing master." "Why, as to that, father, Natty Bell, as you know, holds that it is the quicker method." Here Barnabas smote his father twice upon the ribs. "And indeed I think it is," said he, deftly eluding the ex-champion's return. "Quicker, eh?" sneered his father, and with the words came his fist, to whiz harmlessly past Barnabas's ear. "We'll prove that." "Haven't we had almost enough?" inquired Barnabas, dropping his fists. Enough. Why, we aren't begun yet, lad. Then how long are we to go on? How long? Repeated John, frowning. Why, that depends on you, Barnabas. How on me, father? Are you still minded to go to London? Of course. Then we'll go on till you think better of it, or till you knock me down, Barnabas, my lad. Why then, father, the sooner I knock you down, the better. What? Exclaimed John Barty, staring. Do you mean to say you think you can? Me? You? Yes, nodded Barnabas. My poor lad, sighed his father. Your head's fair crazed, sure as sure, but if you think you can knock John Barty off his pins, do it, and there you are. I will, said Barnabas, though as gently as possible. And now they fell to it in silence, a grim silence, broken only by the quick tread and shuffle of feet and the muffled thud of blows. John Barty, resolute of jaw, indomitable and calm of eye, as in the days when champions had gone down before the might of his fist. Barnabas, taller, slighter, but full of the supreme confidence of youth. Moreover, he had not been the daily pupil of two such past masters in the art for nothing, and now he brought to bear all his father's craft and cunning, backed up by the lightning precision of Natty Bell. In all his many hard-fought battles, John Barty had ever been accounted most dangerous when he smiled, and he was smiling now. Twice Barnabas staggered back to the wall, and there was an ugly smear upon his cheek, yet as they struck and parried and feinted, Barnabas, this quick-eyed, swift-footed Barnabas, was smiling also. Thus, while they smiled upon and smote each other, the likeness between them was more apparent than ever. Only the smile of Barnabas was the smile of youth, joyous, exuberant, unconquerable. Noting which, experienced age laughed short and fierce, and strode in to strike youth down. Then came a rush of feet, the panting hiss of breath, the shock of vicious blows, and John Barty, the unbeaten ex-champion of all England, threw up his arms, staggered back the length of the room, and went down with a crash. For a moment Barnabas stood wide-eyed, panting, then ran towards him with hands outstretched. But in that moment the door was flung open, and Natty Bell stood between them, one hand upon the labouring breast of Barnabas, the other stretched down to the fallen ex-champion. "Man, Jack!" he exclaimed in his strangely melodious voice. "Oh, John Barty, you as ever was the king of the milling coves, here's my hand. Shake it. Lord, John, what a master of the game we've made of our lad. He's stronger than you, and quicker than ever I was. Man, Jack, 'twas as sweet, as neat, as pretty a knockdown as ever we gave in our best days, John. Man, Jack, 'tis proud you should be to lie there, and know as you have a son as can stop even your rush with his left, and down you with his right, as neat and proper, John, as clean and delicate as ever man saw. Man, Jack, God bless him, and here's my hand, John." So, sitting there upon the floor, John Barty solemnly shook the hand Natty Bell held out to him, which done, he turned and looked at his son as though he had never seen him before. "Why, Barnabas," said he, then, for all his weight, sprang nimbly to his feet, and coming to the mantel took thence his pipe and began to fill it, staring at Barnabas the while. "Father," said Barnabas, advancing with hand outstretched, though rather diffidently. "Father." John Barty pursed up his lips into a soundless whistle, and went on filling his pipe. "Father," said Barnabas again, "I did it as gently as I could." The pipe shivered to fragments on the hearth, and Barnabas felt his fingers caught in his father's mighty grip. "Why, Barnabas, lad, I be all mazed like. There aren't many men as have knocked me off my pins, and I aren't used to it, Barnabas, lad. But 'twas a clean blow, as Natty Bell says, and why, I be proud of thee, Barnabas, and there you are." "Spoke like true fighting men," said Natty Bell. standing with a hand on the shoulder of each. "And John, we shall see this lad, this Barnabas of ours, champion of England yet." John frowned and shook his head. "No," said he. "Barnabas will never be champion, Natty Bell. There aren't a fighting man in the ring today as could stand up to him, but he'll never be champion, and you can lay to that, Natty Bell. And if you ask me why," said he, turning to select another pipe from the sheaf in the mantel-shelf, "I should tell you because he prefers to go to London and try to turn himself into a gentleman." "London?" exclaimed Natty Bell. "A gentleman, our Barnabas? What?" "Bide and listen, Natty Bell," said the ex-champion, beginning to fill his new pipe. "I'm listening, John." "Well then, you must know then his uncle, my scapegrace brother Tom, you'll mind Tom has sailed away in an emigrant ship. Well, Natty Bell, Tom has took and died, and left a fortune to our lad here." "A fortune, John? How much?" £700,000, said John, with a ponderous nod after each word. £700,000, Natty Bell, and there you are. Natty Bell opened his mouth, shut it, thrust his hands down into his pockets, and brought out a short clay pipe. "Man Jack," said he, beginning to fill the pipe, yet with gaze abstracted, "did I hear you say aught about a gentleman?" "Natty Bell, you did. Our lad's took the idea into his nob to be a gentleman, and I were trying to knock it out again. But as it is, Natty Bell, I fear me—" And John Barty shook his handsome head and sighed ponderously. "Why then, John, let's sit down, all three of us, and talk this matter over." End of Chapter 1 of The Amateur Gentleman.
Introduction of Appel à la justice de l'État. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appel à la justice de l'État de Pierre du Calvet. Introduction. Lu en français par Czandra à Montréal. Voici l'histoire succincte des événements antérieurs qui font naître l'occasion de la publication de ces lettres. Monsieur Pierre du Calvet tient un rang de considération dans la classe des principaux de Montréal. Après la conquête du Canada, il fut chargé par le général Murray d'une importante négociation pour ramener dans le sein de leur terre natale les Acadiens fugitifs et dispersés. Le succès ayant pleinement justifié cette confiance publique, il fut élevé à la dignité de juge de paix, magistrature qu'il exerça pendant un long cours d'années, sans jamais accepter d'autre salaire que la gloire de juger ses concitoyens, ou plutôt de les réconcilier l'un à l'autre. Il ne crut pas acheter trop cher cet honneur que de le payer au prix d'un clerc d'office à ses gages. Sous quelque appareil que l'indigence s'offrait à lui, jamais elle n'éprouva de sa part ni des oreilles sourdes, ni un cœur rétréci dans ses dons, que la générosité, l'humanité dispensèrent toujours abondamment de ses mains. Une bienveillance si publique compta peu d'imitateurs, mais en revanche elle fit bien des jaloux. L'envie, irrité d'une vertu qui l'offusquait en la condamnant, déchargea son venin contre la personne de M. du Calvet. De prédilection exclusive, on le surchargea de logements de gens de guerre, souvent par bande, sans jamais lui assigner d'indemnité pour ses frais. On porta l'audace jusqu'à l'assaillir chez lui. On fit feu dans l'intérieur de sa maison. Un homme d'épée, travesti en magistrat actuellement en office, était l'objet vrai ou faux des soupçons généraux. Par égard pour l'honneur des armes, mariés ici si originalement à la magistrature, toute enquête juridique pour la manifestation du coupable fut prohibée et interdite dans les papiers publics de Québec. Aussi en vint-on à briser sa galerie et à forcer ses portes et ses contrevents, quoi qu'en faire, et l'offensé resta encore sans ressources, en proie à la violence et à l'oppression. Telles furent les premières scènes de la persécution qui éclata contre la personne de M. du Calvet. Le feu des discordes civiles qui, en 1775, commença à embraser toutes les colonies angloises, étendit bientôt ses fureurs jusque dans la province de Québec. M. du Calvet y tenait du gouvernement une place de distinction. Il avait hérité de ses ancêtres une assez riche fortune qui s'était bien amplifiée dans ses mains par les soins et les succès de son industrie. La reconnaissance, l'intérêt, ses inclinations, les passions les plus chères et les plus victorieuses du cœur humain, tout en un mot le liaient de fidélité à son souverain. Personne ne s'avise d'être traître à son honneur, à la félicité, à son existence et à soi-même, à moins qu'une espérance fondée d'amélioration d'état ne vienne justifier l'essai de cette trahison. Or, quel fort tous les États américains ensemble pouvaient-ils faire à M. du Calvet en compensation de la prospérité domestique dont il jouissait chez lui? Aussi tint-il, durant tous les troubles de la guerre, cette ligne de conduite loyale qui fiait bien à un homme dont la destinée était attachée à la destinée de la cause de son roi, et qui ne pouvait que perdre de la voir échouer. Une fidélité si décidée n'annonçait pas la catastrophe destructive qui l'attendait. Le règne de la paix était presque rétabli dans le Canada. M. du Calvet y goûtait, dans le sein de sa famille, les fruits de la tranquillité publique, lorsque le 27 de septembre de l'année 1780, il se vit tout à coup arrêté par le capitaine Laws du 84e régiment, dépouillé pendant le jour de ses papiers et la nuit de son argent, qui par parenthèse a toujours été retenu comme de bonne prise, traduit sous une escorte à Québec, et de là traîné de violence à bord du Canso, vaisseau armé en guerre, alors à l'ancre dans la rade. On commença dans cette prison marine par arracher de la cabane qui lui était destinée tout l'appareil qui y formait auparavant un lit raisonnable pour un humain, et on ne lui assigna d'autres couches pour reposer que le plancher nu du navire même, sous un climat où l'automne égal surpasse même quelquefois la rigueur de nos plus sévères hivers d'Europe. M. du Calvet prit d'abord cette soustraction subite pour un acte d'économie matelote qui voulait faire grâce à ses effets. Il offrit donc à ce pouvoir de se dénier d'un équipage complet de nuit. Mais le peu indulgent maître de vaisseau, M. Atkinson, alors en fonction de commandant, lui apprit que tant de condescendance ne s'ajustait point à la nature de ses ordres, ajoutant avec une politesse tout à fait marine que la dure était encore trop douce pour un prisonnier de son estoc. M. du Calvet fut constamment condamné à bord du bâtiment à une nourriture salée et moisie, qui appauvrit bientôt sa constitution au point de cracher le sang et de n'étaler plus dans sa personne que le spectacle pitoyable d'un fantôme émacié et d'un squelette vivant, méconnaissable à sa garde même, car ses amis n'eurent jamais accès jusqu'à lui, que tard, rarement, à la volée, et toujours sous l'œil de témoins. Et son fils, âgé alors de 6 à 7 ans, jamais il ne fut admis une seule fois à aller par sa préférence consoler son malheureux père dans ses fers. Enfin, le 14 de novembre, on crut devoir céder pour la montre aux représentations de M. du Calvet et faire mine au moins de se prêter à adoucir son sort. Il fut donc charrié en cérémonie soldatesque dans la prison militaire de Québec. C'était une barbarie raffinée qui avait ordonné de ce changement de théâtre contre l'infortuné prisonnier. Son nouvel appartement représentait l'image d'un vrai tombeau, inabordable aux rayons du soleil et empreint d'une humidité si infecte qu'il semblait n'être pas fait pour être le domicile d'une créature raisonnable. Aussi le gouvernement français l'avait-il destiné à être une écurie à chevaux. C'était en effet une voûte spacieuse, à rez-de-chaussée, pavée de grosses pierres brutes, parée ou plutôt déparée par une longue enfilade d'une douzaine de grands vilains lits à la dragonne, flanqués de 5 à 6 larges augues, pleines jusqu'à la gorge de balayeurs, de graillons ou guenillons moisis et pourris, de cendres et autres immondices de toute espèce. Quelques-unes de ces cuves avaient même de longues mains servi de chaises d'affaires à cette file de goujats, prisonniers, dévanciers de M. du Calvet dans cet abominable lieu, et recélaient encore les ordures humaines dont on les avait comblés. Quel séjour pour un homme d'une famille respectable en France, honoré par le gouvernement d'Angleterre d'une place de dignité dans la magistrature et d'une fortune de distinction même parmi la noblesse canadienne. M. du Calvet n'eut pas plutôt respiré l'air de ce cloaque infect qu'il fut presque renversé par le fumet saisissant et empoisonné des premières vapeurs. Au nom de la faiblesse qui le saisit et de l'humanité en pleurs qui, sous tout gouvernement civilisé, devait protéger sa personne jusque dans ses fers, il sollicita, la larme à l'œil, la liberté de faire à ses dépenses purger ces divers retraits, au moins de leurs tristes reliques des indécences, ou plutôt des indignités soldatesques. Cette lessive qu'on croit devoir à la sûreté des animaux immondes eux-mêmes fut haut la main reniée aux suppliants. On fit de ces ordures les compagnes inséparables de sa captivité, tant on semblait l'avoir condamné à pourrir tout vivant dans le sein des horreurs de la pourriture même. Cette visible condamnation fit frémir le chirurgien même, député de la garnison, à la première inspection de santé qu'il fit à cette prison du roi. Il s'éleva hautement contre une si monstrueuse abomination. Il s'écoula cependant quelques semaines avant que ses remontrances, appuyées de celles du patient, pussent prévaloir sur la barbarie, à se relâcher de ses excès. Enfin, le 13 de décembre, pour dernière transmigration, M. du Calvet fut transféré au couvent des Récollets, dont l'aile du bâtiment destinée auparavant aux chaînes et aux fustigations des moines réfractaires avait été convertie en prison militaire d'État. La garde en était confiée à son premier geôlier monachal, le père Berry, homme qui, sous le froc et la cucule, cache non seulement le cœur brutal d'un dragon, mais l'âme féroce d'un bourreau. La peinture n'est pas outrée. Ses amis même et ses partisans reconnaîtront l'original au tableau. Voilà le digne ministre sur qui le général Haldimand se reposa pour décharger le fiel de ses vengeances sur M. du Calvet. Le moine se chargea de grand cœur d'un office qui quadrait si bien avec ses inclinations et son premier apprentissage, et il s'en acquitta en homme qui s'étendait de longues pratiques dans le cruel métier de tourmenter les humains. Le détail de ces ingénieuses cruautés est tracé sous les couleurs naturelles dans le mémoire du prisonnier, imprimé depuis peu en un volume de 284 pages. L'échantillon suivant suffira pour donner ici une esquisse de l'ensemble. Le père Berry décréta d'abord que M. du Calvet serait claquemuré dans l'infirmerie, c'est-à-dire dans le cloaque général où les moines périodiquement et quelquefois par bandes venaient, dans les jours fréquents de leurs infirmités et de leur purgation, se décharger de l'amas de leurs ordures. Mais, comme si ce n'était pas assez de l'infection de ces recollets à la lessive, on plaça successivement dans l'appartement supérieur à celui de M. du Calvet 2 fous qui, depuis les derniers jours d'avril jusqu'à la fin d'août, dans les accès de leur frénésie, ne lui laissaient nuit et jour pas un seul moment de tranquillité et de repos. Ce vacarme assommant et éternel était ce que le père Berry, dans ses humeurs outrageusement enjouées, appelait le bal, dont le gouvernement, par voie de passe-temps, régalait par députés les oreilles du prisonnier. C'est ainsi que ce moine endurci se faisait un jeu barbare des douleurs d'un malheureux, mais voici le comble de l'abomination. Les excréments dont ces 2 furieuses inondaient leur plancher se dissolvaient en une pluie empoisonnante qui, par les crevasses, découlait quelquefois à torrents dans la chambre de M. du Calvet, sans que le père Berry voulût jamais condescendre que durant l'espace de plus de 2 années révolues, elle fut lavée et écurée une seule fois, aux frais même du prisonnier, tant ce moine, jaloux de sa crasse et de ses ordures, avoir peur que la propreté ne vînt à régner dans les plus petits retraits de son couvent. Il n'est qu'un homme de sa profession qui peut ne pas rougir d'une si fière indécence et de tant d'audace d'incivilité sociale qu'on pardonne ici à M. du Calvet de rappeler la caricature sous laquelle le fameux Voltaire peignait dans leur vrai coloris tous ces torchons monachaux dans la pucelle. Je cite, « Cochon de Saint-Antoine, ce sacré porc, emblème de tout moine. » Fin de citation. Le dépérissement de la santé de M. du Calvet, qu'un dégoût général précipitait vers la phtisie, lui fit juger que quelques bassins de bouillon devenaient le seul restaurant nécessaire et propre à suspendre l'activité du mal. Mais le Cerbère des Recollets, qui, assis autour d'une table friande, servie en grande partie aux frais du gouvernement, appelait tous les jours de sa règle pénitente, crut devoir faire une amende honorable à sa règle violée en chargeant un étranger de la pénitence de tout son couvent. Il renia donc sur un ton rebarbatif cette légère douceur, quoique le prisonnier s'offrit à la payer journellement au prix de 6 livres tournois. Ce n'est qu'avec le dernier regret que ces 13 infamants échappent à la plume de M. du Calvet. Il est protestant de naissance, d'éducation et de principe, mais le fanatisme n'entre pour rien dans sa créance religieuse, et il goûterait un plaisir bien plus sensible et plus délicat de pouvoir peindre tous ces moines ce qu'ils devaient être que ce qu'ils ont indignement été. Mais tandis que tant d'études et tant d'art monachal étaient déployés pour aggraver sa captivité au-dedans, les injustices les plus atroces se mettaient de la partie et se liguaient de complots pour ruiner le fond et combler sa fortune au dehors. Ses magasins, sa belle maison de Montréal, ses domaines seigneuriaux étaient livrés à un pillage général. Il s'était élevé un litige entre lui et son commissionnaire à Londres. La contestation avait été déférée à un tribunal de judicature. On attendit un jour de dimanche, veille de jugement, pour lui intimer une assignation à comparaître en personne le lendemain matin à la cour, quoiqu'une baïonnette en faction nuit et jour devant la porte de sa chambre, fut pointé pour lui en disputer la sortie à la dragonne. À peine lui resta-t-il le temps de faire parvenir à un avocat la commission de répondre par substitut à la sémence. L'homme de loi n'ouvrit la bouche que pour requérir de la cour un répit, pour prendre à loisir connaissance d'une cause qu'il n'avait en main que depuis quelques moments. La justice de la demande frappait les yeux. N'importe le chirurgien-major de la garnison, juge tout à la fois de la province, par le contraste le plus inouï, décida la lancette à la main que tant de condescendance, ou plutôt d'équité, n'était pas faite pour un prisonnier d'État. En France, on aurait cru insulter tout un peuple que de faire asseoir sur les fleurs de lys pour le juger un charcutier de profession, mais tout est bon pour les Canadiens. Au moins à un jugement si inique, après une dégradation infamante, on se serait fait un devoir d'État de le renvoyer à ses premiers bistouris et à ses seringues, mais à Québec, sa tranchante et sanglante décision fit loi, dont la gouverneure allemande lui-même ne rougit pas d'être l'écho. Ce général ne siégeait jamais, et il ne siégea même jamais plus depuis sur les tribunaux. Aucune autre cause ne l'appelait alors à la cour, mais il s'offrait, dans M. du Calvet, ainsi indéfendu, une victime du choix de sa vengeance. Il ne put se refuser au plaisir délicat de le frapper lui-même et l'accabler. Ce Suisse qui avait fait son apprentissage de jurisprudence françoise autour d'une ferme de son pays et avait cultivé ses premiers essais civils au milieu des camps et des armées de l'Angleterre en Amérique, prononça lui-même une sentence complète de condamnation contre M. du Calvet qui, par l'exécution immédiate et arbitraire qui s'en fit, toute voie d'appel au conseil du roi ayant été rejetée, essuya une perte d'environ 5 000 livres sterling. En cafrerie, si cependant il y existe des cours de judicature, peut-être rougirait-elle de déshonorer le nom sacré de la justice par des injustices si décidées. Mais si au lieu de magistrats coffres, il n'y règne que des brigands, au moins leur brigandage ne pourrait se signaler par des extorsions et des violences plus notoires et plus atroces. Enfin, voici un trait unique qui caractérise pleinement une persécution décidée qui a levé le masque et qui, pourvu qu'elle frappe et qu'elle écrase, ne s'inquiéta pas de l'injustice la plus manifeste des coups. On avait sursi toutes les causes où M. du Calvet pouvait se porter pour demandeur, mais dans celles où il ne jouait que le personnage de défendant, on était très bien venu de le poursuivre à toute outrance, et sans laisser une seule fois à son choix la voie d'appel pour recours. On laisse au public à pénétrer jusqu'à quel degré d'acharnement cette dernière liberté doit avoir été portée contre un prisonnier d'État, qu'un succès infaillible invitait d'attaquer et à prononcer sur la violence et la tyrannie de tous ces procédés. Durant le cours de tant d'injustices, les respectables amis de M. du Calvet ne l'abandonnèrent pas dans ses infortunes. Ils s'offrirent au général Haldimand pour garant et caution du prisonnier, mais néant fut fait à toutes leurs offres. M. du Calvet lui-même ne s'oublia pas. Il proposa d'abord de mettre en séquestre, dans les mains d'un délégué par le gouvernement, la masse totale de sa fortune, pour gage de sa fidélité passée et future. Néant fut fait à sa requête. Il somma juridiquement le général Haldimand de le livrer à la sévérité et à la vengeance des lois s'il les avait violées. Néant encore à cette nouvelle requête de sa part. Il ne tarda pas d'en appeler hautement au conseil du roi et de requérir judicialement d'être transporté comme prisonnier d'État en Angleterre pour y être jugé d'après les lois et la constitution du royaume, n'ayant enfin à cette dernière requête le sanctuaire des lois n'en autorisait aucune autre. C'est par ces dénis multipliés de toute équité que sa captivité a été prolongée jusqu'à 948 jours, sans aucun respect pour toutes les lois divines et humaines, et dans une province qui fait partie des domaines d'une nation qui se vante d'être libre et de n'être gouvernée que par les lois. Ce n'était pas cependant là l'intention du général Haldimand, du moins dans le cours des procédés. Après la saisie du prisonnier, le gouverneur ne fut pas longtemps à se convaincre que ses soupçons étaient dénués de tout fondement et de tout appui, et que l'instigation malicieuse de ses suppôts l'avait emporté trop loin. Il confessa lui-même assez hautement son erreur et ses écarts, lorsqu'il donna les mains à l'élargissement du prisonnier à la sollicitation d'un des plus respectables membres du conseil législatif de la province, M. l'évêque. Mais ce ne fut là qu'une lueur de justice qui ne brilla quelques moments que comme un éclair. Le lendemain, le général Haldimand redevint lui-même, sans ancien ni nouveau délit constaté, ni même raisonnable allégué. Il rétracta sans façon sa parole d'homme d'honneur et de juge, un vrai girouette. C'est l'expression technique de son lieutenant-gouverneur, M. Cramahe, dont la raison et l'équité variaient au gré des vents, de ses caprices ou de ses passions. Mais après quelques mois de détention, il fallait sauver les apparences et justifier la violence aux yeux de tout un peuple, scandalisé de l'emprisonnement d'un ancien magistrat dans la colonie. On crut y réussir en laissant entre les mains de M. du Calvet la voie presque ouverte pour recouvrir sa liberté. Sa prison fut souvent très mal gardée au dehors, au dedans. Les fenêtres de sa chambre n'étaient exaucées que d'environ une toise et demie au-dessus du jardin. Aucune barricade n'en défendait la sortie. On s'imagina qu'à force de torture et d'oppression, on le réduirait à prendre le parti d'une fuite, qui était toute à son choix. Mais il n'eut garde de donner dans le piège tendu et de fournir à ses ennemis des armes contre son innocence. Il souffrit tout constamment, résolu et déclarant ouvertement sa résolution de faire tout punir par la loi. Témoin de cette inébranlable fermeté, on leva enfin le masque. Le 2 de mai de l'année 1783, c'est-à-dire 2 ans et 8 mois depuis la détention, M. Prentice, prévôt martial, se rendit officiellement dans la prison de M. du Calvet pour lui signifier à la militaire que ses fers étaient brisés par voie de fait et qu'il était désormais libre. Le prisonnier dédaigna hautement d'une liberté que l'oracle même de la justice légale n'aurait pas prononcée de sa propre bouche, mais c'était la force qui avait signalé les prémices de son emprisonnement. Ce fut la force dont on emprunta le ministère pour en marquer l'époque finale. M. du Calvet fut donc chassé de la prison, sans pouvoir obtenir même la copie de l'acte original en vertu duquel il était élargi. Le despote Haldimand commença l'oppression et il la finit en despote. La personne de ce général, élevé au-dessus des lois en vertu de sa dignité, est inabordable à Québec à tous les traits de la justice civile. M. du Calvet ne fut donc plus occupé que de ses préparatifs pour réclamer celle d'Angleterre. Il consacra les premiers jours de sa liberté à multiplier les précautions de sagesse pour obvier, durant son absence, à l'entier dépérissement des tristes restes de sa première fortune. Ce soin paternel qu'il devait à la destinée future de son fils, une fois rempli, peu de jours après son élargissement, il fit inscrire son nom dans la liste des passants en Angleterre, à l'office public érigé dans la province à cette fin. À peine eut-il obtenu par les instances réitérées la signature de son passeport, que bravant la fureur des vents contraires, il ne balança pas de voguer dans une frêle nacelle vers un vaisseau détenu par le mauvais temps vers l'extrémité de l'île d'Orléans. Heureux d'avoir ainsi brusqué son départ, car il lui est revenu depuis sur de bonnes autorités, que se repentant de sa mal avisée indulgence, le gouverneur avait fait des recherches après lui, sans doute pour le rengager dans les fers. À son arrivée à Londres le 24 septembre de l'année 1783, c'était le lord North qui tenait en main les rênes du ministère pour le département de l'Amérique. Visites, lettres, sollicitations personnelles, protections étrangères, tout fut mis en usage pour extorquer une audience de ce ministre et en arracher au moins une lueur d'espérance de justice. Mais rien ne fut capable de réveiller sa dormante seigneurie de la léthargie inanimée où était ensevelie son équité. Son sous-secrétaire d'État même, quoique plus alerte d'âge et de caractère, affecta de commande sans doute l'assouplissement de son principal. M. du Calvet fut seulement informé par des personnes de confiance et de crédit qu'à la lecture de ses plaintes, le lord North s'était écrié que ce n'était pas à un homme ruiné et isolé, tel que M. du Calvet, à lutter contre un grand, de la fortune et du crédit de général à des mondes, à qui, après tout, il restait toujours ouverte à la voie de la Suisse, où les lois d'Angleterre ne s'aviseraient pas de le poursuivre, et beaucoup moins de l'atteindre. M. du Calvet projetait de déférer cette inique réponse et ces indignes procédés au tribunal général de la nation, lorsque Sa Majesté jugea devoir à la gloire de sa couronne et à celle de son règne la déposition de ce trop léthargique ministre. À l'avènement du présent ministère, les matériaux que M. du Calvet avait confiés dans les mains de ses amis avaient été digérés et mis en œuvre. Il avait sous presse son mémoire dédié au roi, où est tracée sous ses couleurs naturelles l'histoire lamentable des persécutions despotiques et tyranniques du général Haldimand. Dans ses adresses à Milford Sidney, M. du Calvet débuta pour présenter à ce seigneur le 18 du mois dernier une requête, en vertu de laquelle il réclamait, en forme juridique, un ordre royal à son persécuteur de comparaître à Londres, voie unique pour l'amener sous la juridiction des tribunaux d'Angleterre. Après ce premier pas, le mémoire se trouvant imprimé en entier, il eut l'honneur de le présenter à ce ministre, qui, avec une bonté digne de lui, se chargea personnellement, le 20 du dit même mois de mars, de l'exemplaire destiné pour Sa Majesté. C'est la variation des réponses ministérielles en conséquence, expliquée dans les lettres suivantes, qui a décidé de leur publication afin, à tout événement, de ménager à l'opprimé une ressource pour une satisfaction que tout lui fait un devoir de poursuivre partout où les lois pourront la lui offrir. Si la tyrannie exercée avec une insolente audace à Québec ne trouvait à Londres que des protecteurs, des fauteurs, des coopérateurs de connivence et d'inaction, c'est-à-dire que ce serait fait de la province de Québec, cette colonie opprimée non seulement dans la personne de M. du Calvet, mais encore d'une foule d'autres, que la même tyrannie a déjà ou exterminé sourdement de dessus la face de la terre, ou précipité dans l'abîme d'une indigence qui ne peut plus désormais que gémir et souffrir, cette infortunée colonie, dis-je, ferait donc autoriser par des statuts du contrat social et par l'esprit même humain et libre de la Constitution d'Angleterre, à se pourvoir efficacement elle-même contre la nuée de tyrans qui menaceraient de la foudroyer de toutes parts, Terrible autorisation pour un peuple aussi brave et aussi élevé de sentiments que les Canadiens se le sont constamment montrés, jusque sous l'empire de leur premier souverain. Mais les Anglais, voyant alors siéger au milieu d'eux un despotisme sourd, qui s'essayerait d'abord sur ces sujets éloignés, ne devraient-ils pas trembler de le voir bientôt se rebattre sur eux-mêmes? La cause du monsieur du Calvet est donc la cause de toutes les parties de la nation. Au reste, on a cru devoir publier avec ces lettres l'épître dédicatoire au roi, déjà placé au frontispice du mémoire imprimé, parce que cette application au souverain, étant le premier appel public fait à la justice de l'État, il doit figurer à la tête de ceux qui l'ont suivi. Fin de l'introduction de l'Appel aux justices d'État par Pierre du Calvet.
Chapter 1 of Beautiful Joe by Margaret Marshall Saunders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. Beautiful Joe by Margaret Marshall Saunders. Chapter 1. Only a Cur. My name is Beautiful Joe, and I am a brown dog of medium size. I am not called Beautiful Joe because I am a beauty. Mr. Morris, the clergyman in whose family I have lived for the last 12 years, says that he thinks I must be called Beautiful Joe for the same reason that his grandfather down south called a very ugly colored slave lad Cupid and his mother Venus. I do not know what he means by that, but when he says it, people always look at me and smile. I know that I'm not beautiful, and I know that I am not a thoroughbred. I am only a cur. When my mistress went every year to register me and pay my tax, the man in the office asked what breed I was. She said part fox terrier and part bull terrier, but he always put me down a cur. I don't think she liked having him call me a cur. Still, I have heard her say that she preferred curs, for they have more character than well-bred dogs. Her father said she liked ugly dogs for the same reason that a nobleman at the court of a certain king did, namely, that no one else would. I am an old dog now, and am writing, or rather getting a friend to write, the story of my life. I have seen my mistress laughing and crying over a little book that she says is a story of a horse's life, and sometimes she puts the book down close to my nose to let me see the pictures. I love my dear mistress. I can say no more than that. I love her better than anyone else in the world, and I think it will please her if I write the story of a dog's life. She loves dumb animals, and it always grieves her to see them treated cruelly. I have heard her say that if all the boys and girls in the world were to rise up and say that there should be no more cruelty to animals, they could put a stop to it. Perhaps it will help a little if I tell a story. I am fond of boys and girls, and though I have seen many cruel men and women, I have seen few cruel children. I think the more stories that are written about dumb animals, the better it will be for us. In telling my story, I think I had better begin at the first and come right on to the end. I was born in a stable on the outskirts of a small town in Maine called Fairport. The first thing I remember was lying close to my mother and being very snug and warm. The next thing I remember was being always hungry. I had a number of brothers and sisters, 6 in all, and my mother never had enough milk for us. She was always half-starved herself, so she could not feed us properly. I am very unwilling to say much about my early life. I have lived so long in a family where there is never a harsh word spoken, and where no one thinks of ill-treating anybody or anything, that it seems almost wrong even to think or speak of such a matter as hurting a poor dumb beast. The man that owned my mother was a milkman. He kept 1 horse and 3 cows, and he had a shaky old cart that he used to put his milk cans in. I don't think there can be a worse man in the world than that milkman. It makes me shudder now to think of him. His name was Jenkins, and I am glad to think that he is getting punished now for his cruelty to poor dumb animals and to human beings. If you think it is wrong that I am glad, you must remember that I'm only a dog. The first notice that he took of me when I was a little puppy, just able to stagger about, was to give me a kick that sent me into a corner of the stable. He used to beat and starve my mother. I've seen him use his heavy whip to punish her till her body was covered with blood. When I got older, I asked her why she did not run away. She said she did not wish to, but I soon found out that the reason she did not run away was because she loved Jenkins. Cruel and savage as he was, she yet loved him, and I believe she would have laid down her life for him. Now that I am old, I know there are more men in the world like Jenkins. They are not crazy, they are not drunkards. They simply seem to be possessed with a spirit of wickedness. There are well-to-do people, yes, and rich people who will treat animals, and even little children, with such terrible cruelty that one cannot even mention the things they are guilty of. One reason for Jenkins' cruelty was his idleness. After he went his rounds in the morning with his milk cans, he had nothing to do till late in the afternoon but take care of his stable and yard. If he had kept them neat and groomed his horse and cleaned the cows and dug up the garden, it would have taken up all his time. But he never tidied the place at all, till his yard and stable got so littered up with things he threw down that he could not make his way about. His house and stable stood in the middle of a large field, and they were some distance from the road. Passers-by could not see how untidy the place was. Occasionally a man came to look at the premises and see that they were in good order, but Jenkins always knew when to expect him and had things cleaned up a little. I used to wish that some of the people that took milk from him would come and look at his cows. In the spring and summer he drove them out to pasture, but during the winter they stood all the time in the dirty, dark stable, where the chinks in the wall were so big that the snow swept through almost in drifts. The ground was always muddy and wet. There was only one small window on the north side, where the sun only shone in for a short time in the afternoon. They were very unhappy cows, but they stood patiently and never complained, though sometimes I know they must have nearly frozen in the bitter winds that blew through the stable on winter nights. They were lean and poor and were never in good health. Besides being cold, they were fed on very poor food. Jenkins used to come home nearly every afternoon with a great tub in the back of his cart that was full of what he called peelings. It was kitchen stuff that he asked the cooks at the different houses where he delivered milk to save for him. They threw rotten vegetables, fruit parings, and scraps from the table into a tub and gave them to him at the end of a few days. A sour, nasty mess it always was, and not fit to give any creature. Sometimes when he had not many peelings, he would go to town and get a load of decayed vegetables that grocers were glad to have him take off their hands. This food, together with poor hay, made the cows give very poor milk, and Jenkins used to put some white powder in it to give it body, as he said. Once a very sad thing happened about the milk that no one knew about but Jenkins and his wife. She was a poor, unhappy creature, very frightened at her husband, and not daring to speak much to him. She was not a clean woman, and I never saw a worse-looking house than she kept. She used to do very queer things that I know now no housekeeper should do. I have seen her catch up the broom to pound potatoes in the pot. She pounded with the handle, and the broom would fly up and down in the air, dropping dust into the pot where the potatoes were. Her pan of soft mixed bread she often left uncovered in the kitchen, and sometimes the hens walked in and sat in it. The children used to play in mud puddles about the door. It was the youngest of them that sickened with some kind of fever early in the spring, before Jenkins began driving the cows out to pasture. The child was very ill, and Mrs. Jenkins wanted to send for a doctor, but her husband would not let her. They made a bed in the kitchen, close to the stove, and Mrs. Jenkins nursed the child as best she could. She did all her work nearby, and I saw her several times wiping the child's face with the cloth that she used for washing her milk pans. Nobody knew outside the family that the little girl was ill. Jenkins had such a bad name that none of the neighbors would visit them. By and by the child got well, and a week or two later Jenkins came home with quite a frightened face and told his wife that the husband of one of his customers was very ill with typhoid fever. After a time, the gentleman died, and the cook told Jenkins that the doctor wondered how he could have taken the fever, for there was not a case in town. There was a widow left with 3 orphans, and they never knew that they had to blame a dirty, careless milkman for taking a kind husband and father from them. End of Chapter 1 of Beautiful Joe.
Chapter 1 of the Boy Scouts Afoot in France. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Afoot in France by Carter Herbert. Landed in Antwerp. Well, here we are up the river Shield at last, and landing at Old Antwerp, boys. Yes, that's right, Thad. I'm glad to set foot again on solid ground after that long trip over the North Sea from Rotterdam, away up in Holland. Of course, Bumpus happy because expects to join his mother here at the sanitarium. We all hope you'll find her much improved and ready to start for the good old United States, where peace hangs out and folks don't dream of lining up in battle array like they're all doing over here in Europe. Thank you, Thad. I'm hugging the same wish to my heart myself right along. Just as soon as we can get some sort of vehicle, let's head for the institution. I'm in a cold sweat for fear something might have happened. It's a long time since I heard from my poor mother, you know, boys. Yes, you're worried all the time. We're drifting down the Rhine on that boat we chartered. And Bumpus, I really believe you've been thinking of your mother every hour we spent trying our best to get through Belgium, while running into so many snags at every turn that we finally had to go into Holland and take a steamer here. I admit all you say, Giraffe, I humbly do, for you see she's the only mother I've got. But please look for a vehicle, Thad, or you, Alan, have cold spells and then flashes of fever by turns. I'm thinking we may have considerable trouble finding any sort of conveyance, because most horses and cars have been seized by the Belgian military authorities. But we'll do our best, and money generally talks over here as it does in America. There were 4 of the boys in the bunch. All of them wore more or less faded khaki suits and had battered campaign hats on their heads, which facts told louder than words could have done that they must belong to that famous organization known as the Boy Scouts of America. First, to introduce them in as short a space as possible, for the convenience of any reader who may be making their acquaintance for the first time. Let it be set down that their names were Thad Brewster, Alan Hollister, Bumpus Howtree, and Giraffe Stedman. The Howtree lad was once in a while known as Cornelius Jasper, and on rare occasions he who answered to the family name of Stedman. A lanky chap in the bargain, had cornered tack to his address, but never when in society of his comrades of the baseball or football field, or when scouring the country in the company of those who wore khaki. These lads were all members of the Silver Fox Patrol, connected with Cranford Troop of Boy Scouts. And the enterprising town in which they lived was located in the eastern part of the States. They had seen many strange sights and passed through a host of experiences, both singular and thrilling. As anyone who has read previous volumes in this series can attest, perhaps the most remarkable of all their exploits had come to them during this summer upon finding themselves in Germany when the Great War suddenly broke out. And they had the time of their lives trying to get past the fiercely contending Belgian and Teuton armies in the endeavor to reach the city of Antwerp on the river Shield. A few words with regard to the reason for their being abroad would perhaps not come in amiss here, in order that the reader may understand what follows. It had come about that Mrs. Hawtrey, being ill, was recommended to go to Antwerp and stop for a season at a famous sanitarium, where celebrated physicians who had made a speciality of such cases as hers would very likely be able to render her more or less assistance, possibly effect a permanent cure. Mr. Hawtrey, being unable to accompany his wife on account of pressing business engagements, sent his son instead. As Pampas was usually an easy mark on account of his good nature, it was arranged that his faithful chums, Thad, Allen, and Giraffe, accompany him, half of the expense being paid by the Hawtreys. So they had left the lady in Antwerp, and then started out to put a long-cherished plan into operation. At a certain city on the Upper Rhine they chartered a boat, aboard which they had begun to descend the wonderfully beautiful river, admiring the famous old castles on its banks, and having a simply glorious time, as Pampas himself always put it. Then came the thunderbolt when they learned how war had suddenly broke out, with the great German military machine pouring troops over the Belgian border by tens and hundreds of thousands, thinking to catch France totally unprepared, so that Paris could be taken and the country forced to its knees. The boys had hastily abandoned their cruise on the Rhine, and, securing an old rattletrap of a car, for fear a good one might be taken from them, they started for the border in hopes of getting across and finally reaching Antwerp. But after many adventures they had finally been forced to change their plans, retreating to Holland instead and then coming around by way of the North Sea. So here they were, safe at last, at their destination, and glad to know that they had broken down all obstacles to their progress. Thad Brewster was the leader. He held the position by virtue of his commanding nature, as well as the fact that he was at the head of the Silver Fox Patrol, and indeed often served as the scoutmaster of the troop, in the absence of the duly authorized gentleman who occupied that lofty office. On his part, Alan Hollister could claim to be the best posted member of the troop, when it came to a knowledge of woodcraft and an acquaintance with the denizens of the wilderness, in the shape of fur, fin, and feather. For he was a Maine boy, and that stands for a great deal. Giraffe, he of the long rubber neck, with a master hand at several things, though it must be admitted that he took more pride in his ability to start a fire in a dozen different ways than concerning anything else he did. As for Pampas, he didn't claim to excel in anything, unless it was a remarkably good judgment with various kinds of food and ways in which to prepare them, so as to arouse the appetites of his mates. It happened that they found little difficulty in securing the services of a driver, since they had made up their minds not to scorn any sort of vehicle so long as it got them to the sanitarium on that August morning. As they bundled in with their scanty luggage and started off from the quay at which the steamer from Rotterdam had tied up, the boys naturally found themselves keenly interested in all they saw. Antwerp under war conditions was quite a different city from the rather quiet, staid place they had thought it before. Indeed, all of them admitted that it fairly seethed with excitement, and was full of most thrilling sights just then. Men in soldierly garments could be seen on the streets, all apparently hurrying towards some central point of mobilization. Twice the boys heard the clatter of many horses' hoofs as their carriage was drawn hastily aside to allow a battery of field pieces to pass by with a whirl. These were possibly heading for the front, where the Belgians still heroically resisted this forced invasion of their country by their powerful and unscrupulous northern neighbor, one of the countries guaranteeing the neutrality of Belgium at that. Cars shot this way and that like hurrying meteors. Often they could see that officers of rank occupied them. For all they knew, the boys may have been looking on the King of the Belgians himself, though it was more probable that Albert kept much closer to the firing line, while his men were sacrificing themselves for the national honor. "Honest to goodness," Giraffe was heard saying as they surveyed all these interesting sights, turning their heads constantly from side to side like boys in a three-ringed circus. "I kinda hate to get away from here while things are booming this way. It's a chance in a lifetime to see what war means. I seem to feel something strange stirring within me every time I think of how these brave Belgians are trying to hold the Kaiser's terrible military machine in check. And somehow I imagine that it may be hero worship that ails me." grunted the more practical Bumpus. "More than likely it's the cucumber salad you had aboard the steamer for supper last night. It gave me a few spasms myself, and you know I'm nearly foolproof." "Well, there's the sanitarium ahead of us," suggested Thad just then, and of course Bumpus had nothing more to say, though his face again assumed that anxious expression so foreign to its usually calm and satisfied condition. Holding the vehicle at their service, the four boys hastened to enter the grounds of the big and famous institution. Somehow it struck Thad as though there was lacking considerable of the bustle he had noticed when there before. He fell to wondering what that sign could mean, and if poor Bumpus was to have a bitter disappointment after all his trouble. Gaining the office, they found that instead of the pompous individual whom they had met before, a rather obscure-looking party now held forth, undoubtedly a subordinate. Bumpus hastened to push forward, and they saw him talking with this party, who evidently was able to comprehend and speak English. Indeed, many of the patients came from foreign parts, even distant America, so it was only natural that those in charge must be linguists. Bumpus looked as though far from happy, Thad noticed. The official, after satisfying himself that the stout red-cheeked boy was the party he claimed to be, had produced a letter which he handed over. This Bumpus had opened with trembling hands and was seen to devour greedily. "There's something gone wrong, take it from me," remarked Giraffe as they saw the other starting towards them, still gripping his letter and looking pretty pale. "What's hit you, Bumpus?" he continued, not coldly, but really with a touch of brotherly sympathy in his voice. "Oh, what do you think?" exclaimed Bumpus bitterly. "My mother has gone to Paris with the head doctor, most of the staff, and some of the patients, and she wants me to join her there."
End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of The Children of the New Forest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Evangeline Wells, Isle of Wight, September 2022. The Children of the New Forest by Frederick Marryat. Chapter 1. The circumstances which I am about to relate to my juvenile readers took place in the year 1647. By referring to the history of England of that date, they will find that King Charles I, against whom the Commons of England had rebelled after a civil war of nearly 5 years, had been defeated, and was confined as a prisoner at Hampton Court. The Cavaliers, or the party who fought for King Charles, had all been dispersed, and the parliamentary army under the command of Cromwell were beginning to control the Commons. It was in the month of November in this year that King Charles, accompanied by Sir John Berkeley Ashburnham and Legge, made his escape from Hampton Court, and rode as fast as the horses could carry them towards that part of Hampshire which led to the New Forest. The king expected that his friends had provided a vessel in which he might escape to France, but in this he was disappointed. There was no vessel ready, and after riding for some time along the shore, he resolved to go to Titchfield, a seat belonging to the Earl of Southampton. After a long consultation with those who had attended him, he yielded to their advice, which was, to trust to Colonel Hammond, who was governor of the Isle of Wight, for the Parliament, but who was supposed to be friendly to the king. Whatever might be the feelings of commiseration of Colonel Hammond towards a king so unfortunately situated, he was firm in his duties towards his employers, and the consequence was that King Charles found himself again a prisoner in Carisbrooke Castle. But we must now leave the king and retrace history to the commencement of the Civil War. A short distance from the town of Lymington, which is not far from Titchfield, where the king took shelter, but on the other side of the Southampton Water and south of the New Forest, to which it adjoins, was a property called Arnwood, which belonged to a cavalier of the name of Beverley. It was at that time a property of considerable value, being very extensive, and the park ornamented with valuable timber, for it abutted on the New Forest, and might have been supposed to have been a continuation of it. This Colonel Beverley, as we must call him, for he rose to that rank in the king's army, and was a valued friend and companion of Prince Rupert's, and commanded several troops of cavalry. He was ever at his side in the brilliant charges made by this gallant prince, and at last fell in his arms at the Battle of Naseby. Colonel Beverley had married into the family of the Villiers, and the issue of his marriage was 2 sons and 2 daughters, but his zeal and sense of duty had induced him, at the commencement of the war, to leave his wife and family at Arnwood. He was fated never to meet them again. The news of his death had such an effect upon Mrs. Beverley, already worn with anxiety on her husband's account, that a few months afterwards she followed him to an early tomb, leaving the 4 children under the charge of an elderly relative, till such a time as the family of the Villiers could protect them. But, as will appear by our history, this was not at the period possible. The life of the king and many other lives were in jeopardy, and the orphans remained at Arnwood, still under the care of their elderly relation, at the time that our history commences. The New Forest, my readers are perhaps aware, was first enclosed by William the Conqueror as a royal forest for his own amusement. For in those days most crowned heads were passionately fond of the chase, and they may also recollect that his successor, William Rufus, met his death in this forest by the glancing of an arrow shot by Sir Walter Tyrrell. Since that time to the present day it has continued a royal domain. At the period of which we are writing, it had an establishment of verderers and keepers, paid by the crown, amounting to some 40 or 50 men. At the commencement of the Civil War, they remained at their posts, but soon found that in the disorganized state of the country, that their wages were no longer to be obtained, and then, when the king had decided upon raising an army, Beverley, who held a superior office in the forest, enrolled all the young and athletic men who were employed in the forest, and marched them away with him to join the king's army. Some few remained, their age not rendering their service of value, and among them was an old and attached servant of Beverley's, a man about 60 years of age, whose name was Jacob Armitage, and who had obtained a situation through Colonel Beverley's interest. Those who remained in the forest lived in cottages many miles asunder, and indemnified themselves for the non-payment of their salaries by killing the deer for sale and for their own subsistence. The cottage of Jacob Armitage was situated on the skirts of the New Forest, about 1.5 miles from the mansion of Arnwood. and when Colonel Beverley went to join the king's troops, feeling how little security there would be for his wife and children in those troubled times, he requested the old man, by his attachment to the family, not to lose sight of Arnwood, but to call there as often as possible to see if he could be service to Mrs. Beverley. The colonel would have persuaded Jacob to have altogether taken up his residence at the mansion, but to this the old man objected. He had been all his life under the greenwood tree, and could not bear to leave the forest. He promised the colonel that he would watch over his family, and be ever at hand when required, and he kept his word. The death of Colonel Beverley was a heavy blow to the old forester, and he watched over Mrs. Beverley and the orphans with great solicitude. But when Mrs. Beverley followed her husband to the tomb, he then redoubled his attentions, and was seldom more than a few hours at a time away from the mansion. The two boys were his inseparable companions, and he instructed them, young as they were, in all the secrets of his own calling. Such was the state of affairs at the time that King Charles made his escape from Hampton Court, and I shall now resume my narrative from where it was broken off. As soon as the escape of Charles I was made known to Cromwell and the Parliament, troops of horse were dispatched in every direction to the southward, towards which the prints of the horse's hoofs proved that he had gone. As they had found that he had proceeded in the direction of the New Forest, the troops were subdivided and ordered to scour the forest in parties of 12 to 20, while others hastened down to Southampton, Lymington, and every other seaport or part of the coast from which the king might be likely to embark. Old Jacob had been at Arnwood on the day before, but on this day he had made up his mind to procure some venison, that he might not go there again empty-handed, for Miss Judith Villiers was very partial to venison, and was not slow to remind Jacob if the larder was for many days deficient in that meat. Jacob had gone out accordingly. He had gained his leeward position of a fine buck, and was gradually nearing him by stealth, now behind a huge oak tree, and then crawling through the high ferns, so as to get within shot unperceived, when, on a sudden, the animal, which had been quietly feeding, bounded away and disappeared in the thicket. At the same time Jacob perceived a small body of a horse galloping through the glen in which the buck had been feeding. Jacob had never yet seen the parliamentary troops, for they had not during the war been sent into that part of the country, but their iron skull caps, their buff accoutrements, and dark habiliments assured him that such these must be, so very different were they from the gaily equipped cavalier cavalry commanded by Prince Rupert. At the time that they advanced, Jacob had been lying down in the fern near to some low black thorn bushes, not wishing to be perceived by them. He drew back between the bushes, intending to remain concealed until they should gallop out of sight. For Jacob thought, "I am a king's forester, and they may consider me as an enemy, and who knows how I may be treated by them." But Jacob was disappointed in his expectations of the troops riding past him. On the contrary, as soon as they arrived at an oak tree within 20 yards of where he was concealed, the order was given to halt and dismount. The sabres of the horsemen clattered in their iron sheaths, as the order was obeyed, and the old man expected to be immediately discovered. But one of the thorn bushes was directly between him and the troopers, and effectually concealed him. At last Jacob ventured to raise his head and peep through the bush, and he perceived that the men were loosening the girths of their black horses, or wiping away the perspiration from their sides with handfuls of ferns. A powerful framed man, who appeared to command the others, was standing with his hands upon the arched neck of his steed, which appeared as fresh and vigorous as ever, although covered with foam and perspiration. "Spare not, rub down, my men," said he, "for we have tried the mettle of our horses, and have now but 1/2 hour's breathing time. We must be on, for the work of the Lord must be done." "They say that this forest is many miles in length and breadth," observed another of the men, "and we may ride many a mile to no purpose. But here is James Southwold, who once was living in it as a verderer, nay? I think that he said that he was born and bred in these woods. Was it not so, James Southwood? It is even as you say, replied an active-looking young man. I was born and bred in this forest, and my father was a verderer before me. Jacob Armitage, who was listening to the conversation, immediately recognised the young man in question. He was one of those who had joined the king's army with the other verderers and keepers. It pained him much to perceive that one who had always been considered a frank, true-hearted young man, and who had left the forest to fight in defence of his king, was now turned a traitor, and had joined the ranks of the enemy. And Jacob thought how much better it had been for James Southwood if he had never quitted the New Forest, and had not been corrupted by evil company. He was a good lad, thought Jacob, and now he's a traitor and a hypocrite. If born and bred in this forest, James Southwood, said the leader of the troop, you must fain know all its mazes and paths. Now call to mind, are there no secret hiding places in which people may remain concealed, no thickets which may cover both man and horse? Peradventure thou mayest point out the very spot where this man Charles may be hidden. I do know one dwell within a mile of Arnwood, replied James Southwood, which may cover double our troops from the eye of the most wary. We will ride there, then, replied the leader. Arnwood, sayest thou? Is not that the property of the malignant Cavalier Beverley, who was shot down at Naseby? Even so, replied Southwood, and many is the time, that is, the olden time, before I was regenerated. Many is the day of revelry that I passed there, many the cup of good ale I have quaffed. And thou shalt quaff it again, replied the leader. Good ale was not intended only for malignants, but for those who serve diligently. After we have examined the dell which thou speak of, we will direct our horses' heads towards Arnwood. Who knows but what the man Charles may be concealed in the malignant's house? Observed another. In the day I shall say no, replied the leader, but in the night the cavaliers like to have a roof over their heads, and therefore at night, and not before, will we proceed thither. I have searched many of their abodes, observed another, but search is almost in vain. What with their spring panels and secret floors, their false ceilings and double walls, one may ferret for ever and find nothing. Yes, replied the leader, their abodes are full of these popish abominations, but there is one way which is sure, and if the man Charles be concealed in any house, I venture to say that I will find him. Fire and smoke will bring him forth, and to every malignant's house within 20 miles will I apply the torch. But it must be at night, for we are not sure of his being housed during the day. James Southwold, thou knowest well the mansion of Arnwood? I know well my way to all the offices below, the buttery, the cellar, and the kitchen, but I cannot say that I have ever been into the apartments of the upper house. That it needeth not. If thou canst direct us to the lower entrance, it will be sufficient. That I can, Master Ingram, replied Southwood, and to where the best ale used to be found. Enough, Southwood, enough. Our work must be done, and diligently. Now, my men, tighten your girths. We will just ride to the dell. If it conceals not whom we seek, it shall conceal us till night, and then the country shall be lighted up with the flames of Arnwood, while we surround the house and prevent escape. Levellers to horse! The troopers sprang upon their saddles and went off at a hard trot, Southwood leading the way. Jacob remained among the ferns until they were out of sight, and then rose up. He looked for a short time in the direction in which the troopers had gone, stooped down again to take up his gun, and then said, There's providence in this, yes, and there's providence in my not having my dog with me, for he would not have remained quiet for so long a time. Who would ever have thought James Southwood would have turned a traitor, more than a traitor, for he is now ready to bite the hand that has fed him, to burn the house that has ever welcomed him. This is a bad world, and I thank heaven that I have lived in the woods, but there is no time to lose. and the old forester threw his gun over his shoulder and hastened away in the direction of his own cottage. And so the king has escaped, thought Jacob as he went along, and he may be in the forest. Who knows but he may be at Arnwood, for he must hardly know where to go for shelter. I must haste and see Miss Judith immediately. Levellers to horse, the fellow said. What's a leveller? Thought Jacob. As perhaps my readers may ask the same question, they must know that a large proportion of the parliamentary army had at this time assumed the name of levellers, in consequence of having taken up the opinion that every man should be on an equality and property should be equally divided. The hatred of these people to any one above them in rank or property, especially towards those of the king's party, which mostly consisted of men of rank and property, was unbounded, and they were merciless and cruel to the highest degree, throwing off much of Hat's fanatical bearings and language which had before distinguished the Puritans. Cromwell had great difficulty in eventually putting them down, which he did at last accomplish by hanging and slaughtering many. Of this Jacob knew nothing. All he knew was that Arnwood was being burnt down that night, and that it would be necessary to remove the family. As for obtaining assistance to oppose the troopers, that he knew to be impossible. As he thought of what must take place, he thanked God for having allowed him to gain the knowledge of what was to happen, and hastened on his way. He had been about 8 miles from Arnwood when he had concealed himself in the fern. Jacob first went to his cottage to deposit his gun, saddled his forest pony, and set off for Arnwood. In less than 2 hours the old man was at the door of the mansion. It was then about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and being in the month of November, there was not so much as 2 hours of daylight remaining. I shall have a difficult job with the stiff old lady, thought Jacob as he rang the bell. I don't believe that she would rise out of her high chair for old Noel and his whole army at his back, but we shall see. End of Chapter 1.
Kapitel 1 von Dämonische Mächte. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Dämonische Mächte von Johanna von Franul. Kapitel 1. Erziehe ihn zu einem tüchtigen, pflichtgetreuen, wackeren Mann. Er möge so werden, wie dein Vater gewesen, der mir stets als Vorbild alles dessen galt, was der Mann zu sein hat. Leise, matt, langsam hatte der Sterbende diese Worte gesprochen, und an seinem Lager kniend hatte sie mit zuckenden Lippen jedem Worte gelauscht, das aus seinem Munde kam. Wie kurz war doch ihr Glück gewesen, und dass sie es trotz aller Liebe und allem Sehnen nicht mehr zu halten vermochte, das fühlte sie mit schmerzbebender Deutlichkeit nur zu klar. Jahrelang hatten sie gewartet, bis ihre Verehelichung möglich geworden, dann gab es einen, ach, so kurzen, schönen, beseligenden Traum des reinsten Glückes. Sie war mit ihm, dem begabten, tüchtigen, schönen, jungen Kavallerieoffizier, in die kleine ungarische Garnison gezogen und war ohne zu denken, zu klügeln, zu sorgen, glücklich gewesen, ach, so glücklich. Ihr Knabe, ihr Robert, erblickte das Licht der Welt, und die junge Frau sagte sich oftmals, dass ihr bange sei vor so viel Glück. Sie hatte die Empfindung, als könnte sie anderen, die der Hilfe und des Beistands bedurften, gar nicht genug Gutes tun, um nur ja die Götter zu versöhnen. Da, an einem sonnenhellen, schönen Frühlingsmorgen, brachten sie den Rittmeister Robert von Marven auf einer Tragbahre ins Haus. Es war ihm auf dem Exerzierplatz beim Reiten ein Blutgefäß geborsten, und der Arzt hatte der armen, jungen Frau schonungsvoll mitgeteilt, dass das Leben ihres Gatten nur mehr nach Stunden zähle. Wie Frau Irma imstande gewesen war, unter der Wucht dieser Mitteilung nicht zusammenzubrechen, später hatte sie das nie begriffen. Tatsache aber war, dass die Liebe zu ihrem Gatten, das Pflichtgefühl, der feste Wille, ihn über die Wahrheit hinwegzutäuschen, sie aufrecht gehalten hatten, dass sie an seinem Lager gekniet und anscheinend ruhig zu ihm gesprochen. Wie gern, ach wie gern würde sie sich neben ihn gelegt haben, um auch die Augen zu ewigem Schlaf zu schließen, fühlte sie doch im tiefinnersten Herzensgrunde, dass sie mit ihm alles verlor, was ihrem Leben Freude und Glück gewähren konnte. Aber da war die Pflicht, sein Kind bedurfte ihrer, um seines heiligen Vermächtnisses wegen musste sie leben, musste sie erfüllen, was sie dem Sterbenden gelobt, klein Robby so heranzubilden, wie er es gewollt, ihn in seinem Sinn zu erziehen, zu einem tüchtigen, charakterstarken, vornehm denkenden Mann. Ich fürchte mich zu leben und ich fürchte mich zu sterben. Weiß ich denn, ob ich ihn wiederfinde, ob ich ihn wiedersehen werde in jener Welt, aus der noch keiner zurückgekehrt? Das waren die Gedanken, die sie oft und oft beherrschten. Wie oft in den Jahren, die für sie einförmig dahingerauscht, hatte sie der Stunde gedacht, in der sie zum letzten Male in seine sterbenden Augen geblickt, hatte sie sich bangenden Herzens gefragt, ob sie den Schwur, den sie dem geliebten Gatten geleistet, sein Kind zu einem tüchtigen, korrekten, charakterstarken Mann heranzubilden, auch getreulich erfüllt habe. Sie wusste ja und hatte es oft im Leben erfahren, dass es Menschen gibt, denen das Beste nicht genügt, die sich zum Höchsten geboren fühlen und meinen, alles, aber auch alles müsse ihnen in den Schoß fallen. Menschen, die den anderen alles neiden und für sich nie genug haben können. Musste sie es erleben, dass ihr Robby, der Knabe, der nach bewährtem Muster zu erziehen, ihre heilige Pflicht war, ein solcher Ichling werde? Ihm seinen Wunsch versagen, die Strenge gegen ihn herauskehren? Vielleicht wäre es das Richtige, wäre es sein Heil gewesen. Aber wenn seine lachenden, dunklen, so rätselhaft schönen Augen in die ihren blickten, wenn seine weiche, melodische Stimme schmeichelnd bat, »Gut sein, Mami«, wo hätte sie da die Kraft hernehmen sollen, ihm zu wehren und nicht zu tun, was er begehrte? Und je älter er wurde, desto mehr wünschte und begehrte Robby von der Mutter. Er war ein kluger, begabter Junge, der leicht und gut lernte, und so kam es wohl auch, dass sie nie einen Grund fand, weswegen sie ihm diesen oder jenen Wunsch nicht hätte befriedigen sollen. Er war ja ihr braves, fleißiges Kind, und sie tröstete sich bezüglich seiner oft unbescheidenen Wünsche damit, dass sie sich sagte, er werde ja immer reifer, immer älter und müsse es mit der Zeit wohl selbst erkennen lernen, dass man nicht alles erfassen könne, wonach man die Hände auszustrecken wünsche. Die Jahre vergingen. Robby legte die Reifeprüfung mit Vorzug ab und trat dann, mehr der Tradition seiner Familie als einem inneren Drange folgend, in die Militärakademie zu Wiener Neustadt ein, jener Schule für junge Leute, die nach höherer militärischer Ausbildung streben. Nach Ablauf der obligaten 3 Jahre in der Akademie, während welcher die Mutter ihn öfter besuchte und er auch zu den bestimmten Zeiten auf Urlaub zu ihr kam, wurde er in das Kavallerieregiment eingeteilt, in dem sein Vater gedient hatte. Schnell, aber auch langsam waren diese 3 Jahre verflossen. Schnell, weil im Fluge die Zeit zu vergehen schien, in der die Mutter ihr Kind hergeben musste, die Zeit, in der Robby zu Manne heranzureifen hatte, selbstständig zu werden und auf eigenen Füßen zu stehen lernen musste. Langsam, weil die Tage ihr endlos erschienen. Nun, da sie dieselben nicht mehr nach seinem Stundenplan einzuteilen brauchte. Dann wurde er Leutnant, und nach dem obligaten Urlaub, der die erste Erholung der schönen, wilden Leutnantszeit zu sein pflegt, musste er in eine ferne Garnison abgehen, und zwar nach Siebenbürgen. Lange schwankte die Mutter, ungewiss, ob sie ihre Zelte abbrechen, mit dem Kinde in die Fremde ziehen solle, aber sie sagte sich, dass es vielleicht für ihn nicht gut sei, wenn sie ihn begleite, dass sie seine Stellung im Regiment untergrabe, wenn sie ihn in das Licht stelle, als sollte er nicht loskommen vom Gängelband der Mutter. Und Robby zog in die Ferne, anfangs ganz unmerklich, dann immer klarer und deutlicher trat eine Entfremdung zwischen Mutter und Sohn zutage, die sich selbst durch die spärlichen Urlaube, die Robby in das Elternhaus zurückführten, nicht mehr überbrücken ließ. Mit heißem Weh fühlte sie immer zweifelloser, dass er, für den sie ihr Herzblut tropfenweise hingegeben haben würde, für den ihr kein Opfer zu groß war, den sie liebte, wie eben nur eine Mutter zu lieben versteht, ihr fremd und immer fremder wurde. Wie ein Alp legte sich die Erkenntnis auf ihre Seele, dass, wenn sie nun zusammenkamen, sie nicht wussten, was sie miteinander zu reden hatten. Sie fühlte, dass er gänzlich aufgehört habe, sie zu verstehen, und dass auch er eine Sprache redete, die sie nicht begriff. Die abgöttische Liebe, die sie vom Augenblick, da er das Licht der Welt erblickt, für ihn im Herzen getragen, war von Jahr zu Jahr durch die felsenfeste Überzeugung erhöht worden, dass ihr Empfinden in seiner Seele einen warmen Widerhall finde, und nun drängte sich ihr immer untrüglicher die Erkenntnis auf, dass dem nicht mehr so sei. Oft, wenn der Sohn auf Urlaub bei ihr weilte, dachte sie daran, ihn zu zwingen, dass er ihr Rede und Antwort stehe, nahm sie sich auch wohl vor, ihn in seine ferne Garnison zu begleiten, einige Wochen bei ihm zu weilen, sich umzusehen in dem Kreise, in dem er sich bewegte, um auf diese Weise vielleicht zu ergründen, was trennend zwischen ihnen stehe. Robby aber legte, so oft sie auch von dem Plane sprach, ihn zu begleiten, gar keine Freude über dieses ihr Vorhaben an den Tag. Was, ach was mochte die Zukunft noch alles in ihrem Schoße bergen? Dass es nur Leid sein werde, glaubte sie instinktiv fühlen zu müssen, und ihr bangte davor. Ende von Kapitel 1 aus Dämonische Mächte.
Capítulo 1 de El único y su propiedad. Esta es una grabación de LibriVox. Todas las grabaciones de LibriVox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para ser voluntario, por favor visite LibriVox.org. El único y su propiedad, por Max Stirner. Capítulo 1. Yo no he basado mi causa sobre nada. ¿Qué causa no tengo que defender? Ante todo, mi causa es la buena causa, es la causa de Dios, de la verdad, de la libertad, de la humanidad, de la justicia. Luego, la de mi príncipe, de mi pueblo, de mi patria. Será después la del espíritu y otras 1000 además. Pero que la causa que yo defiendo sea mi causa, la causa de mí, jamás. Fuera el egoísta que no piensa más que en él. Pero esos cuyos intereses debemos tomar a pechos, esos por quienes debemos decidirnos y entusiasmarnos, ¿cómo entienden su causa? Veámoslo. Vosotros que sabéis de Dios tantas y tan profundas cosas, vosotros que durante siglos habéis explorado las profundidades de la divinidad y habéis sumergido vuestras miradas hasta el fondo de su corazón, ¿podéis decirme cómo entiende Dios la causa divina que estamos llamados a servir? No nos ocultéis los designios del Señor. ¿Qué quiere? ¿Qué persigue? ¿Ha abrazado como a nosotros se nos prescribe una causa ajena y se ha hecho el campeón de la verdad y del amor? Este absurdo os subleva. Vosotros nos enseñáis que siendo Dios mismo, todo amor y todo verdad, la causa de la verdad y la del amor se confunden con la suya y no le son extrañas. Os repugna admitir que Dios pueda ser como nosotros, pobres gusanos, y hacer suya la causa de otro. Pero, ¿abrazaría Dios la causa de la verdad si no fuese él mismo la verdad? Dios no se ocupa más que en su causa, solo él es todo en todo, de suerte que todo es su causa. Pero nosotros no somos todo en todo, y nuestra causa es bien mezquina, bien despreciable. Así debemos servir una causa superior. Véase bien claro, Dios no se inquieta más que de lo suyo. Dios no se ocupa más que en sí mismo, no piensa más que en sí mismo y no pone sus miras más que en sí mismo. Ay de lo que contraríe sus designios. No sirve a nada superior y no trata más que de satisfacerse. La causa que defiende es puramente egoísta. Y la humanidad, cuyos intereses debemos también defender como nuestros, ¿qué causa defiende? ¿La de otro? ¿Una superior? No, la humanidad no ve más que a sí misma. La humanidad no tiene otro objeto que la humanidad. Su causa es ella misma. Con tal que ella se desenvuelva, poco le importa que los individuos y los pueblos sucumban a su servicio. Saca de ellos lo que puede sacar, y cuando han cumplido la tarea que de ellos reclamaba, los echa a guisa de recompensa al cesto de papeles de la historia. ¿La causa que defiende la humanidad no es puramente egoísta? Inútil es proseguir y mostrar a propósito de cada una de esas cosas que nos llaman a su defensa, que no se trata para ellas más que de sí y no de nosotros, de su bien y no del nuestro. Pasad vosotros mismos revista a las demás y decid si la verdad, la libertad, la justicia, etc., se preocupan de vosotros de otro modo que para reclamar vuestro entusiasmo y vuestros servicios. Sed servidores celosos, rendidles homenaje. Es todo lo que piden. Ved a ese pueblo al que salvan patriotas adictos. Los patriotas caen sobre el campo de batalla o revientan de hambre y de miseria. ¿Qué dice el pueblo? ¿El pueblo? Abonado con sus cadáveres, se hace un pueblo floreciente. Los individuos han muerto por la gran causa del pueblo, que les envía algunas tardías frases de reconocimiento y guarda para sí todo el provecho. Eso me parece de un egoísmo asaz lucrativo. Pues contemplad ahora a ese sultán que cuida tan tiernamente a los suyos. ¿No es la imagen de la más pura abnegación y no es su vida un perpetuo sacrificio por los suyos? Ah, sí, por los suyos. ¿Quieres hacer un ensayo? Muestra que no eres el suyo, sino el tuyo. Rehúsate a su egoísmo. Irás a galeras. El sultán no ha basado su causa sobre nada más que sobre sí mismo. Es todo en todo, es el único, y no permite a nadie que no sea uno de los suyos. ¿No os sugieren nada estos ilustres ejemplos? ¿Nos invitan a pensar que el egoísta podría en verdad tener razón? Por mi parte, veo una lección en ellos. En vez de continuar sirviendo con desinterés a esos grandes egoístas, seré más bien yo mismo el egoísta. Dios y la humanidad no han basado su causa sobre nada más que ellos mismos. Yo basaré, pues, mi causa sobre mí, tanto como Dios. Soy la negación de todo lo demás. Soy para mí todo. Soy el único. Si Dios y la humanidad son, como aseguráis, ricos con lo que contienen hasta el punto de ser para ellos mismos todo en todo, yo advierto que me falta a mí mucho menos todavía y que no tengo que quejarme de mi vanidad. Yo no soy nada, en el sentido de nada más que vanidad, pero soy la nada creadora, la nada de que saco todo. Malaya, pues, toda causa que no es entera y exclusivamente la mía. Mi causa, decís, debería ser al menos la buena causa. ¿Qué es lo bueno? ¿Qué es lo malo? Yo mismo soy mi causa, y no soy ni bueno ni malo. Esas no son para mí más que palabras. Lo divino mira a Dios, lo humano mira al hombre. Mi causa no es divina ni humana, no es ni lo verdadero, ni lo bueno, ni lo justo, ni lo libre. Es lo mío. No es general, sino única, como yo soy único. Nada está para mí por cima de mí. Fin del capítulo 1 de El único y su propiedad. Grabado por Ficción Narrada en Málaga el 21 de febrero de 2025.
Chapter 1 of Etidorhpa, or The End of Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Etidorhpa, or The End of Earth, by John Uri Lloyd. Chapter 1. Never Less Alone Than When Alone. More than 30 years ago occurred the first of the series of remarkable events I am about to relate. The exact date I cannot recall, but it was in November, and to those familiar with November weather in the Ohio Valley, it is hardly necessary to state that the month is one of possibilities. That is to say, it is liable to bring every variety of weather, from the delicious, creamy Indian summer days that linger late in the fall, to a combination of rain, hail, snow, sleet, in short, atmospheric conditions sufficiently aggravating to develop a suicidal mania in any one of the least susceptible to such influences, while the general character of the month is much the same the country over, showing dull gray tones of sky, abundant rains that penetrate man as they do the earth, cold shifting winds that search the very marrow. It is always safe to count more or less upon the probability of the unexpected throughout the month. The particular day which ushered in the event about to be chronicled was one of these possible heterogeneous days, presenting a combination of sunshine, shower, and snow, with winds that rang all the changes from balmy to blustery, a morning air of caloric and an evening of numbing cold. The early morning started fair and sunny, later came light showers, suddenly switched by shifting winds into blinding sleet, until the middle of the afternoon found the four winds and all the elements commingled in one wild orgy, with clashing and roaring, as of a great organ with all the stops out, and all the storm fiends dancing over the keyboards. Nightfall brought some semblance of order to the sounding chaos, but still kept up the wind music of a typical November day, with every accompaniment of bleakness, gloom, and desolation. Thousands of chimneys, exhaling murky clouds, a bituminous soot all day, had covered the city with the proverbial pall, which the winds in their sport have shifted hither and yon, but as, thoroughly tired out, they subsided into silence, the smoky mesh suddenly settled over the houses and into the streets, taking possession of the city and contributing to the melancholy wretchedness of such of the inhabitants as had to be out of doors. Through this smoke, the red sun, when visible, had dragged his downward course in manifest discouragement, and the hastening twilight soon gave place to the blackness of darkness. Night reigned supreme. 30 years ago, electric lighting was not in vogue, and the system of street lamps was far less complete than at present, although the gas burned in them may not have been any worse. The lamps were much fewer and farther between, and the light which they emitted had a feeble, sickly aspect, and did not reach any distance into the moist and murky atmosphere. And so the night was dismal enough, and the few people upon the street were visible only as they passed directly beneath the lamps, or in front of lighted windows, seeming at other times like moving shadows against the black ground. As I am like to be conspicuous in these pages, it may appear proper to say that I am very susceptible to atmospheric influences. I figure among my friends as a man of quiet disposition, but I am at times morose, although I endeavor to conceal this fact from others. My nervous system is a sensitive weather glass. Sometimes I fancy that I must have been born under the planet Saturn, for I find myself unpleasantly influenced by moods ascribed to that depressing planet, more especially in its disagreeable phases, for I regret to state that I do not find corresponding elation, as I should, in its brighter aspects. I have an especial dislike for wintry weather, a dislike which I find growing with my years until it has developed almost into positive antipathy and dread. On the day I have described, my moods had varied with the weather. The fitfulness of the winds had found its way into my feelings, and the somber tone of the clouds into my meditations. I was restless as the elements, and a deep sense of dissatisfaction with myself and everything else possessed me. I could not content myself in any place or position. Reading was distasteful, writing equally so, but it occurred to me that a brisk walk for a few blocks might afford relief. Muffling myself up in my overcoat and fur cap, I took the street, only to find the air gusty and raw, and I gave up in still greater disgust, and returning home, after drawing the curtains and locking the doors, planted myself in front of a glowing grate fire, firmly resolved to rid myself of myself by resorting to the oblivion of thought, reverie, or dream. To sleep was impossible, and I sat moodily in an easy chair, noting the quarter and half-hour strokes, as they were chimed out sweetly from the spire of St. Peter's Cathedral a few blocks away. 9 o'clock had passed, with its silver-voiced song of Home Sweet Home. 10, and then 11 strokes of the ponderous bell, which noted the hours, roused me to a strenuous effort to shake off the feelings of despondency, unrest, and turbulence that all combined to produce a state of mental and physical misery now insufferable. Rising suddenly from my chair, without conscious effort, I walked mechanically to a bookcase, seized a volume at random, reseated myself before the fire, and opened the book. It proved to be an odd, neglected volume, Riley's Dictionary of Latin Quotations. At the moment there flashed upon me a conscious duality of existence. Had the old book some mesmeric power? I seemed to myself two persons, and I quickly said aloud, as if addressing my double, "If I cannot quiet you, turbulent spirit, I can at least adopt myself to your condition. I will read this book haphazard from bottom to top, or backward, if necessary, and if this does not change the subject often enough, I will try Noah Webster." Opening the book mechanically at page 297, I glanced at the bottom line and read, "Nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus." Never less alone than when alone. These words arrested my thoughts at once, as by a singular chance they seemed to fit my mood. Was it or was it not some conscious invisible intelligence that caused me to select that page and brought the apothegm to my notice? Again, like a flash, came the consciousness of duality and I began to argue with my other self. This is arrant nonsense, I cried aloud, even though Cicero did say it, and it is on par with many other delusive maxims that have for so many years embittered the existence of our modern youth by misleading thought. Do you know, Mr. Cicero, that this statement is not sound, that it is unworthy the position you occupy in history as a thinker and philosopher, that it is a contradiction in itself, for if a man is alone, he is alone, and that settles it. I mused in this vein a few moments, and resumed aloud. It won't do, it won't do. If one is alone, the word is absolute. He is single, isolated, in short, alone, and there can by no manner of possibility be anyone else present. Take myself, for instance. I am the sole occupant of this apartment. I am alone, and yet you say in so many words that I was never less alone than at this instant. It was not without some misgiving that I uttered these words, for the strange consciousness of my own duality constantly grew stronger, and I could not shake off the reflection that even now there were two of myself in the room, and that I was not so much alone as I endeavored to convince myself. This feeling oppressed me like an incubus. I must throw it off, and rising, I tossed the book upon the table, exclaiming, "What folly! I am alone. Positively there is no other living thing, visible or invisible, in the room." I hesitated as I spoke, for the strange, undefined sensation that I was not alone had become almost a conviction, but the sound of my voice encouraged me, and I determined to discuss the subject, and I remarked in a full, strong voice, "I am surely alone. I know I am. Why, I will wager everything I possess, even to my soul, that I am alone." I stood facing the smoldering embers of the fire, which I had neglected to replenish, uttering these words to settle the controversy for good and all, with one person of my dual self, but the other ego seemed to dissent violently, when a soft, clear voice claimed my ear. "You have lost your wager. You are not alone." I turned instantly towards the direction of the sound, and to my amazement saw a white-haired man seated on the opposite side of the room, gazing at me with the utmost composure. I am not a coward, nor a believer in ghosts or illusions, and yet that sight froze me where I stood. It had no supernatural appearance, on the contrary, was a plain, ordinary, flesh-and-blood man, but the weather, the experiences of the day, the weird, inclement night, it all conspired to strain my nerves to the highest point of tension, and I trembled from head to foot. Noting this, the stranger said pleasantly, "Quiet yourself, my dear sir. You have nothing to fear. Be seated." I obeyed, mechanically, and regaining in a few moments some semblance of composure, took a mental inventory of my visitor. Who is he? What is he? How did he enter without my notice, and why? What is his business? Were all questions that flashed into my mind in quick succession, and quickly flashed out unanswered. The stranger sat eyeing me composedly, even pleasantly, as if waiting for me to reach some conclusion regarding himself. At last I surmised, he is a maniac who has found his way here by methods peculiar to the insane, and my personal safety demands that I use him discreetly. "Very good," he remarked, as though reading my thoughts. "As well think that as anything else." "But why are you here? What is your business?" I asked. "You have made and lost a wager," he said. "You have committed an act of folly in making positive statements regarding a matter about which you know nothing. A very common failing, by the way, on the part of mankind, and concerning which I wish first to set you straight." The ironical coolness with which he said this provoked me, and I hastily rejoined, "You are impertinent. I must ask you to leave my house at once." "Very well," he answered, "but if you insist upon this, I shall, on behalf of Cicero, claim the stake of your voluntary wager, which means that I must first, by natural, though violent means, release your soul from your body." So saying, he arose, drew from an inner pocket a long, keen knife, the blade of which quiveringly glistened as he laid it upon the table. Moving his chair so as to be within easy reach of the gleaming weapon, he sat down, and again regarded me with the same quiet composure I had noted, and which was fast dispelling my first impression concerning his sanity. I was not prepared for his strange action. In truth, I was not prepared for anything. My mind was confused concerning the whole night's doings, and I was unable to reason clearly or consecutively, or even to satisfy myself what I did think, if indeed I thought at all. The sensation of fear, however, was fast leaving me. There was something reassuring in my unbidden, yes, perfect ease of manner, and the mild though searching gaze of his eyes, which were wonderful in their expression. I began to observe his personal characteristics, which impressed me favorably and yet were extraordinary. He was nearly 6 feet tall, and perfectly straight, well proportioned, with no tendency either to leanness or obesity, but his head was an object from which I could not take my eyes. Such a head, surely, I had never before seen on mortal shoulders. The chin, as seen through his silver beard, was rounded and well developed, the mouth straight, with pleasant lines about it, the jaws square, and, like the mouth, indicating decision. The eyes deep set and arched, with heavy eyebrows, and the whole surmounted by a forehead so vast, so high, that it was almost a deformity. And yet it did not impress me unpleasantly. It was the forehead of a scholar, a profound thinker, a deep student. The nose was inclined to aquiline, and quite large. The contour of the head and face impressed me as indicating a man of learning, one who had given a lifetime to experimental as well as speculative thought. His voice was mellow, clear, and distinct, always pleasantly modulated and soft, never loud nor unpleasant in the least degree. One remarkable feature I must not fail to mention. His hair, this, while thin and scant upon the top of his head, was long and reached to his shoulders. His beard was of unusual length, descending almost to his waist. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were all of singular whiteness and purity, almost transparent, a silvery whiteness that seemed an aureolar sheen in the glare of the gaslight. What struck me as particularly remarkable was that his skin looked as soft and smooth as that of a child. There was not a blemish in it. His age was a puzzle none could guess. Stripped of his hair, or the color of it changed, he might be 25, given a few wrinkles, he might be 90. Taken altogether, I had never seen his like, nor anything approaching his like, and for an instant there was a faint suggestion to my mind that he was not of this earth, but belonged to some other planet. I now fancy he must have read my impressions of him, as these ideas shaped themselves in my brain, and that he was quietly waiting for me to regain a degree of self-possession that would allow him to disclose the purpose of his visit. He was the first to break the silence. I see that you are not disposed to pay your wager any more than I am to collect it, so we will not discuss that. I admit that my introduction tonight was abrupt, but you cannot deny that you challenged me to appear. I was not clear upon the point, and said so. Your memory is at fault, he continued, if you cannot recall your experiences of the day just past. Did you not attempt to interest yourself in modern book lore, to fix your mind in turn upon history, chemistry, botany, poetry, and general literature? And all these failing, did you not deliberately challenge Cicero to a practical demonstration of an old apothegm of his that has survived for centuries? And of your own free will, did not you make a wager that, as an admirer of Cicero's, I am free to accept? To all this I could but silently assent. Very good, then, we will not pursue the subject further, as it is not relevant to my purpose, which is to acquaint you with a narrative of unusual interest, upon certain conditions with which if you comply, you will not only serve yourself, but me as well. Please name the conditions, I said. They are simple enough, he answered. The narrative I speak of is in manuscript. I will produce it in the near future, and my design is to read it aloud to you, or to allow you to read it to me, as you may select. Further, my wish is that during the reading you shall interpose any objection or question that you deem proper. This reading will occupy many evenings, and I shall of necessity be with you often. When the reading is concluded, we will seal the package securely, and I shall leave you forever. You will then deposit the manuscript in some safe place, and let it remain for 30 years. When this period has elapsed, I wish you to publish this history to the world. Your conditions seem easy, I said, after a few seconds' pause. They are certainly very simple. Do you accept? I hesitated. for the prospect of giving myself up to a succession of interviews with this extraordinary and mysterious personage seemed to require consideration. He evidently divined my thoughts, for, rising from his chair, he said abruptly, "Let me have your answer now." I debated the matter no further, but answered, "I accept, conditionally." "Name your conditions," the guest replied. "I will either publish the work or induce some other man to do so." "Good," he said. "I will see you again." With a polite bow, and turning to the door, which I had previously locked, he opened it softly, and with a quiet good night, disappeared in the hallway. I looked after him with bewildered senses, but a sudden impulse caused me to glance toward the table when I saw that he had forgotten his knife. With the view of returning this, I reached to pick it up, but my fingertips no sooner touched the handle than a sudden chill shivered along my nerves, not as an electric shock, but rather as a sensation of extreme cold was the current that ran through me in an instant. Rushing into the hallway, to the landing of the stairs, I called after the mysterious being, "You have forgotten your knife." But beyond the faint echo of my voice, I heard no sound. The phantom was gone. A moment later, I was at the foot of the stairs and had thrown open the door. A street lamp shed an uncertain light in front of the house. I stepped out and listened intently for a moment, but not a sound was audible, if indeed I except the beating of my own heart, which throbbed so wildly that I fancied I heard it. No footfall echoed from the deserted streets. All was silent as a churchyard, and I closed and knocked the door softly, tiptoed my way back to my room, and sank collapsed into an easy chair. I was more than exhausted. I quivered from head to foot, not with cold, but with a strange nervous chill that found intensest expression in my spinal column, and seemed to flash up and down my back, vibrating like a fervorous pulse. This active pain was succeeded by a feeling of frozen numbness, and I sat, I know not how long, trying to tranquilize myself and think temperately of the night's occurrence. By degrees I recovered my normal sensations, and directing my will in the channel of sober reasoning, I said to myself, "There can be no mistake about his visit, for his knife is here as a witness to the fact. So much is sure, and I will secure that testimony at all events." With this reflection, I turned to the table, but to my astonishment I discovered that the knife had disappeared. It needed but this miracle to start the perspiration, and great cold beads from every pore. My brain was in a whirl, and reeling into a chair, I covered my face with my hands. How long I sat in this posture I do not remember. I only know that I began to doubt my own sanity, and wondered if this were not the way people become deranged. Had not my peculiar habits of isolation, irregular and intense study, erratic living, all conspired to unseat reason? Surely here was every ground to believe so, and yet I was able still to think consistently and hold steadily to a single line of thought. Insane people cannot do that, I reflected, and gradually the tremor and excitement wore away, when I had become calmer and more collected, and my sober judgment said, "Go to bed, sleep just as long as you can, hold your eyelids down, and when you awake refreshed, as you will, think out the whole subject at your leisure." I arose, threw open the shutters, and found that day was breaking. Hastily undressing, I went to bed, and closed my eyes, vaguely conscious of some soothing guardianship. Perhaps because I was physically exhausted, I soon lost myself in the oblivion of sleep. I did not dream, at least I could not afterwards remember my dream if I had one, but I recollect thinking that somebody struck 10 distinct blows on my door, which seemed to me to be of metal and very sonorous. These 10 blows in my semi-conscious state I counted. I lay very quiet for a time, collecting my thoughts and noting various objects about the room until my eye caught the dial of a French clock upon the mantel. It was a few minutes past 10, and the blows I had heard were the strokes of the hammer upon the gong in the clock. The sun was shining into the room, which was quite cold, for the fire had gone out. I arose, dressed myself quickly, and after thoroughly laving my face and hands in ice-cold water, felt considerably refreshed. Before going out to breakfast, while looking around the room for a few things which I wanted to take with me, I espied upon the table a long white hair. This was indeed a surprise, for I had about concluded that my adventure of the previous night was a species of waking nightmare, the result of an overworked brain and weakened body. But here was tangible evidence to the contrary, an assurance that my mysterious visitor was not a fancy or a dream, and his parting words, "I will see you again," recurred to me with singular effect. He will see me again. Very well, I will preserve this evidence of his visit for future use. I wound the delicate filament into a little coil, folded it carefully in a bit of paper, and consigned it to a corner in my pocketbook, though not without some misgiving that it might too disappear, as did the knife. The strange experience of that night had a good effect on me. I became more regular in all my habits, took abundant sleep and exercise, was more methodical in my modes of study and reasoning, and in a short time found myself vastly improved in every way, mentally and physically. The days went fleeting into weeks, the weeks into months, and while the form and figure of the white-haired stranger were seldom absent from my mind, he came no more. End of Chapter 1 of Etidorhpa, or The End of Earth.
The Folklore of Plants by T.F. Thistleton Dyer. Chapter 1. Plant Life. The fact that plants, in common with man and the lower animals, possess the phenomena of life and death, naturally suggested in primitive times the notion of their having a similar kind of existence. In both cases there is a gradual development which is only reached by certain progressive stages of growth, a circumstance which was not without its practical lessons to the early naturalist. This similarity, too, was held all the more striking when it was observed how the life of plants, like that of the higher organisms, was subject to disease, accident, and other hostile influences, and so liable at any moment to be cut off by an untimely end. On this account a personality was ascribed to the products of the vegetable kingdom, survivals of which are still of frequent occurrence at the present day. It was partly this conception which invested trees with that mystic or sacred character, whereby they were regarded with a superstitious fear, which found expression in sundry acts of sacrifice and worship. According to Mr. Tyler, there is reason to believe that, quote, "the doctrine of the spirits of plants lay deep in the intellectual history of Southeast Asia, but was in great measure superseded under Buddhist influence. The Buddhist books show that in the early days of their religion it was matter of controversy whether trees had souls, and therefore whether they might lawfully be injured. Orthodox Buddhism decided against the tree souls, and consequently against the scruple to harm them, declaring trees to have no mind or sentient principle, though admitting that certain devas, or spirits, do reside in the body of trees, and speak from within them." End quote. Anyhow, the notion of its being wrong to injure or mutilate a tree for fear of putting it to unnecessary pain was a widespread belief. Thus the Ojibways imagined that trees had souls, and seldom cut them down, thinking that if they did so they would hear, quote, "the wailing of the trees when they suffered in this way." End quote. In Sumatra, certain trees have special honours paid to them as being the embodiment of the spirits of the woods, and the Fijians believe that, quote, "if an animal or a plant die, its soul immediately goes to Bolotu." End quote. The Dyaks of Borneo assert that rice has a living principle or spirit, and hold feasts to retain its soul, lest the crops should decay. And the Karens affirm, too, that plants as well as men and animals have their la, or spirit. The Iroquois acknowledge the existence of spirits in trees and plants, and say that the spirit of corn, the spirit of beans, and the spirit of squashes are supposed to have the forms of 3 beautiful maidens. According to a tradition current among the Miamis, one year when there was an unusual abundance of corn, the spirit of the corn was very angry because the children had thrown corn cobs at each other in play, pretending to have suffered serious bodily injury in consequence of their sport. Similarly, when the wind blows the long grass or waving corn, the German peasant will say the grass wolf or the corn wolf is abroad. According to Mr. Ralston, in some places, quote, the last sheaf of rye is left as a shelter to the roggenwolf, or rye wolf, during the winter's cold, and in many a summer or autumn festive rite, that being is represented by a rustic who assumes a wolf-like appearance. The corn spirit was, however, often symbolized under a human form." End quote. Indeed, under a variety of forms, this animistic conception is found among the lower races, and in certain cases explains the strong prejudice to certain herbs as articles of food. The Society Islanders ascribed a varua, or surviving soul, to plants, and the Negroes of Congo adored a sacred tree called mirone, one being generally planted near the house, as if it were the tutelar god of the dwelling. It is customary also to place calabashes of palm wine at the feet of these trees, in case they should be thirsty. In modern folklore there are many curious survivals of this tree-soul doctrine. In Westphalia, the peasantry announce formally to the nearest oak any death that may have occurred in the family, and occasionally this formula is employed, quote, "The master is dead, the master is dead." End quote. Even recently, writes Sir John Lubbock, an oak copse at Loch Siant in the Isle of Skye was held so sacred that no persons would venture to cut the smallest branch from it. The Wallachians, quote, "have a superstition that every flower has a soul, and that the water lily is the sinless and scentless flower of the lake, which blossoms at the gates of paradise to judge the rest, and that she will inquire strictly what they have done with their odours." End quote. It is noteworthy also that the Indian belief which describes the holes in trees as doors through which the special spirits of those trees pass reappears in the German superstition that the holes in the oak are the pathways for elves, and that various diseases may be cured by contact with these holes. Hence some trees are regarded with special veneration, particularly the lime and pine, and persons of a superstitious turn of mind, quote, "may often be seen carrying sickly children to a forest for the purpose of dragging them through such holes." End quote. This practice formerly prevailed in our own country, a well-known illustration of which we may quote from White's History of Selborne. Quote, "In a farmyard near the middle of the village," he writes, "stands at this day a row of pollard ashes, which, by the seams and long cicatrices down their sides, manifestly show that in former times they had been cleft asunder. These trees, when young and flexible, were severed and held open by wedges, while ruptured children, stripped naked, were pushed through the apertures." End quote. In Somersetshire the superstition still lingers on, and in Cornwall the ceremony, to be of value, must be performed before sunrise, but the practice does not seem to have been confined to any special locality. It should also be added, as Mr. Conway has pointed out, that in all Saxon countries in the Middle Ages a hole formed by two branches of a tree growing together was esteemed of highly efficacious value. On the other hand, we must not confound the spiritual vitality ascribed to trees with the animistic conception of their being inhabited by certain spirits, although, as Mr. Tyler remarks, it is difficult at times to distinguish between the two notions. Instances of these tree spirits lie thickly scattered throughout the folklore of most countries, survivals of which remain even amongst cultured races. It is interesting, moreover, to trace the same idea in Greek and Roman mythology. Thus, Ovid tells a beautiful story of Erysichthon's impious attack on the grove of Ceres, and it may be remembered how the Greek dryads and hamadryads had their life linked to a tree, and, quote, "as this withers and dies, they themselves fall away and cease to be. Any injury to bough or twig is felt as a wound, and a wholesale hewing down puts an end to them at once. A cry of anguish escapes them when the cruel axe comes near." End quote. In Apollonius Rhodius we find one of these hamadryads imploring a woodman to spare a tree to which her existence is attached. Quote, "Loud through the air resounds the woodman's stroke, when lo, a voice breaks from the groaning oak, "Spare, spare my life, a trembling virgin, spare! Oh, listen to the Hamadryad's prayer. No longer let that fearful axe resound. Preserve the tree to which my life is bound. See, from the bark my blood in torrents flows. I faint, I sink, I perish from your blows." End quote. Aubrey, referring to this old superstition, says, quote, "I cannot omit taking notice of the great misfortune in the family of the Earl of Winchelsea, who at Eastwell in Kent felled down a most curious grove of oaks near his own noble seat, and gave the first blow with his own hands. Shortly after, his countess died in her bed suddenly, and his eldest son, the Lord Maidstone, was killed at sea by a cannon bullet." End quote. Modern European folklore still provides us with a curious variety of these spirit-haunted trees, and hence when the alder is hewn, quote, "it bleeds, weeps, and begins to speak." End quote. An old tree in the Rugard forest must not be felled, for an elf dwells within, and another on the Heinzenberg near Zell, quote, "uttered a complaint when the woodman cut it down, for in it was Our Lady, whose chapel now stands upon the spot." End quote. An Austrian Märchen tells of a stately fir in which there sits a fairy maiden, waited on by dwarfs, rewarding the innocent and plaguing the guilty. And there is the German song of the maiden in the pine, whose bark the boy splits with a gold and silver horn. Stories again are circulated in Sweden among the peasantry of persons who, by cutting a branch from a habitation tree, have been struck with death. Such a tree was the Clinter Tall in Westmanland, under which a mermaid was said to dwell. To this tree might occasionally be seen snow-white cattle driven up from the neighbouring lake across the meadows. Another Swedish legend tells us how, when a man was on the point of cutting down a juniper tree in a wood, a voice was heard from the ground saying, "Friend, hew me not." But he gave another stroke, when, to his horror, blood gushed from the root. Then there is the Danish tradition relating to the lonely thorn, occasionally seen in a field, but which never grows larger. Trees of this kind are always bewitched, and care should be taken not to approach them in the night time, quote, "as there comes a fiery wheel forth from the bush, which, if a person cannot escape from, will destroy him." End quote. In modern Greece, certain trees have their stichios, a being which has been described as a spectre, a wandering soul, a vague phantom, sometimes invisible, at others assuming the most widely varied forms. It is further added that when a tree is stichimonious, it is dangerous for a man, quote, "to sleep beneath its shade, and the woodcutters employed to cut it down will lie upon the ground and hide themselves motionless and holding their breath at the moment when it is about to fall, dreading lest the stichio at whose life the blow is aimed with each stroke of the axe should avenge itself at the precise moment when it is dislodged." End quote. Turning to primitive ideas on this subject, Mr. Schoolcraft mentions an Indian tradition of a hollow tree, from the recesses of which there issued on a calm day a sound like the voice of a spirit. Hence it was considered to be the residence of some powerful spirit, and was accordingly deemed sacred. Among rude tribes, trees of this kind are held sacred, it being forbidden to cut them. Some of the Siamese, in the same way, offer cakes and rice to the trees before felling them, and the Talain of Burma will pray to the spirit of the tree before they begin to cut the tree down. Likewise, in the Australian bush, demons whistle in the branches, and, in a variety of other eccentric ways, make their presence manifest, reminding us of Ariel's imprisonment. Quote, "Into a cloven pine, within which rift imprisoned thou didst painfully remain a dozen years, where thou didst vent thy groans as fast as mill wheels strike." End quote. Similarly, Miss Emerson, in her Indian Myths, quotes the story of the two branches. Quote, One day there was a great noise in a tree under which Manabozho was taking a nap. It grew louder, and at length, exasperated, he leapt into the tree, caught the 2 branches whose war was the occasion of the din, and pulled them asunder. But with a spring on either hand, the 2 branches caught and pinioned Manabozho between them. 3 days the god remained imprisoned, during which his outcries and lamentations were the subject of derision from every quarter, from the birds of the air and from the animals of the woods and plains. To complete his sad case, the wolves ate the breakfast he had left beneath the tree. At length a good bear came to his rescue and released him, when the god disclosed his divine intuitions, for he returned home, and without delay beat his 2 wives." End quote. Furthermore, we are told of the West Indian tribes, how if any person going through a wood perceived a motion in the trees which he regarded as supernatural, frightened at the prodigy, he would address himself to that tree which shook the most. But such trees, however, did not condescend to converse, but ordered him to go to Boyi, or priest, who would order him to sacrifice to their new deity. From the same source we also learn how among savage tribes those plants that produce great terrors, excitement, or a lethargic state are supposed to contain a supernatural being. Hence, in Peru, tobacco is known as the sacred herb, and from its invigorating effect, superstitious veneration is paid to the weed. Many other plants have similar respect shown to them, and are used as talismans. Poisonous plants, again, from their deadly properties, have been held in the same repute, and it is a very common practice among American Indians to hang a small bag containing poisonous herbs around the neck of a child, as a talisman against diseases or attacks from wild beasts. It is commonly supposed that a child so protected is proof against every hurtful influence, from the fact of its being under the protection of the special spirits associated with the plant it wears. Again, closely allied to beliefs of this kind is the notion of plants as the habitation of the departing soul, founded on the old doctrine of transmigration. Hence, referring to bygone times, we are told by Empedocles that there are 2 destinies for the souls of highest virtue, to pass either into trees or into the bodies of lions. Amongst the numerous illustrations of this mythological conception may be noticed the story told by Ovid, who relates how Baucis and Philemon were rewarded in this manner for their charity to Zeus, who came a poor wanderer to their home. It appeared that they not only lived to an extreme old age, but at the last were transformed into trees. Ovid also tells how the gods listened to the prayer of penitent Myrrha, and eventually turned her into a tree. Although, as Mr. Keary remarks, quote, "She has lost understanding with her former shape. She still weeps, and the drops which fall from her bark, i.e. the myrrh, preserve the story of their mistress, so that she will be forgotten in no age to come." End quote. The sisters of Phaethon, bewailing his death on the shores of Eridanus, were changed into poplars. We may, too, compare the story of Daphne and Syrinx, who, when they could no longer elude the pursuit of Apollo and Pan, changed themselves into a laurel and a reed. In modern times, Tasso and Spencer have given us graphic pictures based on this primitive phase of belief, and it may be remembered how Dante passed through that leafless wood, in the bark of every tree of which was imprisoned a suicide. In German folklore, the soul is supposed to take the form of a flower, as a lily or white rose, and according to a popular belief, one of these flowers appears on the chairs of those about to die. In the same way, from the grave of one unjustly executed, white lilies are said to spring, as a token of the person's innocence, and from that of a maiden, 3 lilies, which no one save her lover must gather. The sex, moreover, it may be noted, is kept up even in this species of metempsychosis. Thus, in a Servian folk song, there grows out of the youth's body a green fir, out of the maiden's a red rose, which entwine together. Amongst further instances quoted by Grimm, we are told how, quote, A child carries home a bud which the angel had given him in the wood. When the rose blooms, the child is dead. The lay of Ewanzifal makes a blackthorn shoot out of the bodies of slain heathens, a white flower by the heads of fallen Christians." End quote. It is to this notion that Shakespeare alludes in Hamlet, where Laertes wishes that violets may spring from the grave of Ophelia. Quote, "Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring." End quote. A passage which is almost identical to one in the Satires of Persius. "E tumulo fortunataque favilla nascentur violae." And an idea, too, which Tennyson seems to have borrowed. Quote, "And from his ashes may be made the violet of his native land." End quote. Again, in the well-known story of Tristram and Isolde, a further reference occurs. Quote, "From his grave there grew an eglantine which twined about the statue, a marvel for all men to see, and though 3 times they cut it down, it grew again, and ever wound its arms about the image of the fair Isolde." End quote. In the Scottish ballad of Fair Margaret and Sweet William it is related, quote, "Out of her breast there sprang a rose, and out of his a briar. They grew till they grew unto the church top, and there they tied in a true lover's knot." End quote. The same idea has prevailed to a large extent among savage races. Thus, some of the northwestern Indians believed that those who died a natural death would be compelled to dwell among the branches of tall trees. The Brazilians have a mythological character called Mani, a child who died and was buried in the house of her mother. Soon a plant sprang out of the grave, which grew, flourished, and bore fruit. This plant, says Mr. Dorman, was the mandioca, named from Mani and Oca, house. By the Mexicans, marigolds are known as death flowers, from a legend that they sprang up on the ground stained by, quote, "the lifeblood of those who fell victim to the love of gold and cruelty of the early Spanish settlers in America." End quote. Among the Virginian tribes, too, red clover was supposed to have sprung from and to be coloured by the blood of the red men slain in battle, with which may be compared the well-known legend connected with the lily of the valley, formerly current in St. Leonard's Forest, Sussex. It is reported to have sprung from the blood of St. Leonard, who once encountered a mighty worm or fire drake in the forest, engaging with it for 3 successive days. Eventually the saint came off victorious, but not without being seriously wounded, and wherever his blood was shed there sprang up lilies of the valley in profusion. After the Battle of Towton, a certain kind of wild rose is reported to have sprung up in the field where the Yorkist and Lancastrians fell, only there to be found. There still wild roses growing, frail tokens of the fray, and the hedgerow green bears witness of Towton field that day. In fact, there are numerous legends of this kind, and it may be remembered how Defoe, in his Tour Through Great Britain, speaks of a certain camp called Barrow Hill, adding, quote, "They say this was a Danish camp, and everything hereabout is attributed to the Danes, because of the neighbouring Daventry, which they suppose to be built by them. The road hereabouts, too, being overgrown with Dane weed, they fancy it sprung from the blood of Danes slain in battle, and that, if cut upon a certain day in the year, it bleeds." End quote. Similarly, the red poppies which followed the ploughing of the field of Waterloo, after the Duke of Wellington's victory, were said to have sprung from the blood of the troops who fell during the engagement, and the fruit of the mulberry, which was originally white, tradition tells us became empurpled through human blood, a notion which in Germany explains the colour of the heather. Once more, the mandrake, according to a superstition current in France and Germany, sprang up where the presence of a criminal had polluted the ground, and hence the old belief that it was generally found near a gallows. In Iceland, it is commonly said that when innocent persons are put to death, the sorb, or mountain ash, will spring up over their graves. Similar traditions cluster round numerous other plants which, apart from being a revival of a very early primitive belief, form one of the prettiest chapters of our legendary tales. Although found under a variety of forms, and in some cases sadly corrupted from the dress they originally wore, yet in their main features they have not lost their individuality, but still retain their distinctive character. In connection with the myths of plant life may be noticed that curious species of exotic plants, commonly known as sensitive plants, and which have generally attracted considerable interest from their irritability when touched. Shelley has immortalised this curious freak of plant life in his charming poem, wherein he relates how, quote, "The sensitive plant was the earliest, upgathered into the bosom of rest, a sweet child weary of its delight, the feeblest and yet the favourite, cradled within the embrace of night." End quote. Who can wonder on gazing at one of these wonderful plants that primitive and uncultured tribes should have regarded such mysterious and inexplicable movements as indications of a distinct personal life? Hence, as Darwin in his Movements of Plants remarks, quote, "Why a touch, slight pressure, or any other irritant, such as electricity, heat, or the absorption of animal matter, should modify the turgescence of the affected cells in such a manner as to cause movement, we do not know. But a touch acts in this manner so often, and on such widely distinct plants, that the tendency seems to be a very general one, and if beneficial it might be increased to any extent." End quote. If, therefore, one of the most eminent of recent scientific botanists confessed his inability to explain this strange peculiarity, we may excuse the savage if he regard it as another proof of a distinct personality in plant life. Thus, some years ago, a correspondent of the Botanical Register, describing the toad orchis, Megaclinium bufo, amusingly spoke as follows of its eccentric movements. Quote, "Let the reader imagine a green snake to be pressed flat like a dried flower, and then to have a road of toads, or some such speckled reptiles, drawn up along the middle in single file, their backs set up, their forelegs sprawling right and left, and their mouths wide open, with a large purple tongue wagging about convulsively, and a pretty considerable approach will be gained to an idea of this plant, which, if Pythagoras had but known of it, would have rendered all arguments about the transmigration of souls superfluous." End quote. But apart from the vein of jocularity running through these remarks, such striking vegetable phenomena are scientifically as great a puzzle to the botanist as their movements are to the savage, the latter regarding them as the outward visible expression of a real, inward, personal existence. But, to quote another kind of sympathy between human beings and certain plants, the Singalese have a notion that the coconut plant withers away when beyond the reach of a human voice, and that the vervain and borage will only thrive near man's dwellings. Once more, the South Sea Islanders affirm that the scent is the spirit of a flower, and that the dead may be sustained by their fragrance. They cover their newly made graves with many a sweet-smelling blossom. End of Chapter 1 of The Folklore of Plants.
Chapter 1 of Green Tea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jarrod Wetzel-Brown. Green Tea by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 1. Dr. Hesselius relates how he met the Reverend Mr. Jennings. The Reverend Mr. Jennings is tall and thin. He is middle-aged and dresses with a natty, old-fashioned, high church precision. He is naturally a little stately, but not at all stiff. His features, without being handsome, are well-formed, and their expression extremely kind, but also shy. I met him one evening at Lady Mary Hayduke's. The modesty and benevolence of his countenance are extremely prepossessing. We were but a small party, and he joined agreeably enough in the conversation. He seems to enjoy listening very much more than contributing to the talk, but what he says is always to the purpose and well said. He is a great favourite of Lady Mary's, who it seems consults him upon many things, and thinks him the most happy and blessed person on earth. Little knows she about him. The Reverend Mr. Jennings is a bachelor, and has, they say, £60,000 in the funds. He is a charitable man. He is most anxious to be actively employed in his sacred profession, and yet, though always tolerably well elsewhere, when he goes down to his vicarage in Warwickshire to engage in the actual duties of his sacred calling, his health soon fails him, and in a very strange way, so says Lady Mary. There is no doubt that Mr. Jennings' health does break down in, generally, a sudden and mysterious way, sometimes in the very act of officiating in his old and pretty church at Kenlis. It may be his heart, it may be his brain, but so it has happened 3 or 4 times, or oftener, that after proceeding a certain way in the service, he has on a sudden stopped short, and after a silence apparently quite unable to resume, he has fallen into solitary, inaudible prayer, his hands and eyes uplifted, and then, pale as death, and in the agitation of a strange shame and horror, descended trembling, and got into the vestry room, leaving his congregation, without explanation, to themselves. This occurred when his curate was absent. When he goes down to Kenlis now, he always takes care to provide a clergyman to share his duty, and to supply his place on the instant, should he become thus suddenly incapacitated. When Mr. Jennings breaks down quite, and beats a retreat from the vicarage, and returns to London, where, in a dark street off Piccadilly, he inhabits a very narrow house, Lady Mary says that he is always perfectly well. I have my own opinion about that. There are degrees, of course. We shall see. Mr. Jennings is a perfectly gentlemanlike man. People, however, remark something odd. There is an impression a little ambiguous. One thing which certainly contributes to it people, I think, don't remember, or perhaps distantly remark. But I did, almost immediately. Mr. Jennings has a way of looking sidelong upon the carpet, as if his eye followed the movements of something there. This, of course, is not always. It occurs only now and then, but often enough to give a certain oddity, as I have said, to his manner, and in this glance travelling along the floor there is something both shy and anxious. A medical philosopher, as you are good enough to call me, elaborating theories by the aid of cases sought out by himself, and by him watched and scrutinized with more time at command, and consequently infinitely more minuteness than the ordinary practitioner can afford, falls insensibly into habits of observation, which accompany him everywhere, and are exercised, as some people would say, impertinently, upon every subject that presents itself with the least likelihood of rewarding inquiry. There was a promise of this kind in the slight, timid, kindly, but reserved gentleman, whom I met for the first time at this agreeable little evening gathering. I observed, of course, more than I here set down, but I reserve all that borders on the technical for a strictly scientific paper. I may remark that when I here speak of medical science, I do so, as I hope some day to see it more generally understood, in a much more comprehensive sense than its generally material treatment would warrant. I believe the entire natural world is but the ultimate expression of that spiritual world from which, and in which alone, it has its life. I believe that the essential man is a spirit, that the spirit is an organized substance, but as different in point of material from what we ordinarily understand by matter, as light or electricity is, that the material body is, in the most literal sense, a vesture, and death consequently no interruption of the living man's existence, but simply his extrication from the natural body. A process which commences at the moment of what we term death, and the completion of which, at furthest a few days later, is the resurrection in power. The person who weighs the consequences of these positions will probably see their practical bearing upon medical science. This is, however, by no means the proper place for displaying the proofs and discussing the consequences of this too generally unrecognized state of facts. In pursuance of my habit, I was covertly observing Mr. Jennings with all my caution. I think he perceived it, and I saw plainly that he was as cautiously observing me. Lady Mary happening to address me by my name as Dr. Hesselius, I saw that he glanced at me more sharply, and then became thoughtful for a few minutes. After this, as I conversed with the gentleman at the other end of the room, I saw him look at me more steadily, and with an interest which I thought I understood. I then saw him take an opportunity of chatting with Lady Mary, and was, as one always is, perfectly aware of being the subject of a distant inquiry and answer. This tall clergyman approached me by and by, and in a little time we had got into conversation. When two people who like reading, and know books and places, having travelled, wish to converse, it is very strange if they can't find topics. It was not accident that brought him near me, and led him into conversation. He knew German, and had read my essays on metaphysical medicine, which suggest more than they actually say. This courteous man, gentle, shy, plainly a man of thought and reading, who moving and talking among us was not altogether of us, and whom I already suspected of leading a life whose transactions and alarms were carefully concealed, with an impenetrable reserve from not only the world, but his best beloved friends, was cautiously weighing in his own mind the idea of taking a certain step with regard to me. I penetrated his thoughts without his being aware of it, and was careful to say nothing which could betray to his sensitive vigilance my suspicions respecting his position, or my surmises about his plans respecting myself. We chatted upon indifferent subjects for a time, but at last he said, "I was very much interested by some papers of yours, Dr. Hesselius, upon what you term metaphysical medicine. I read them in German 10 or 12 years ago. Have they been translated?" "No, I'm sure they have not. I should have heard. They would have asked my leave, I think. I asked the publishers here a few months ago to get the book for me in the original German, but they tell me it is out of print. So it is, and has been for some years. But it flatters me as an author to find that you have not forgotten my little book. Although," I added, laughing, 10 or 12 years is a considerable time to have managed without it. But I suppose you have been turning the subject over again in your mind, or something has happened lately to revive your interest in it." At this remark, accompanied by a glance of inquiry, a sudden embarrassment disturbed Mr. Jennings, analogous to that which makes a young lady blush and look foolish. He dropped his eyes and folded his hands together uneasily, and looked oddly, and you would have said, guiltily, for a moment. I helped him out of his awkwardness in the best way, by appearing not to observe it, and going straight on, I said, "Those revivals of interest in a subject happen to me often. One book suggests another, and often sends me back on a wild goose chase over an interval of 20 years. But if you still care to possess a copy, I shall be only too happy to provide you. I have still got 2 or 3 by me, and if you allow me to present one, I shall be very much honored." "You are very good indeed," he said, quite at his ease again in a moment. I almost despaired. "I don't know how to thank you." "Pray, don't say a word. The thing is really so little worth that I am only ashamed of having offered it, and if you thank me any more I shall throw it into the fire in a fit of modesty." Mr. Jennings laughed. He inquired where I was staying in London, and after a little more conversation on a variety of subjects, he took his departure. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of L'Oublié. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. L'Oublié de Lorda, chapitre 1, read in French. Il est vrai que nous sommes peu nombreux, mais pour preux et hardis nous le sommes. Chanson de Roland. Ville-Marie n'était encore qu'un champ de bataille bien souvent sanglanté, mais la Sainte Colonie, comme l'appelle Leclerc, était définitivement sortie du fort. Sur la pointe à Calière, à travers des champs cultivés, on apercevait une trentaine de petites maisons solides, à toits pointus, protégé par des redoutes. 2 de ces redoutes attenaient à l'hôpital bâti sur le coteau et environné d'une haute palissade. L'asile des blessés disparaissait presque entièrement derrière ces grands pieux sinistres. On n'en voyait guère que le toit surmonté d'un svelte clocher où l'on sonnait le tocsin à chaque attaque des Iroquois. Ce jour-là, il n'y en avait pas eu, mais la besogne administrative avait été lourde. Un peu fatigué, M. de Maisonneuve avait ouvert sa fenêtre et jouissait de la fraîcheur du soir en causant avec son secrétaire, M. de Brigiac. Derrière la montagne, le soleil couchant lançait ses derniers feux. Une splendeur enflammée flottait sur l'île royale, encore presque toute couverte de broussailles et de grands bois, et au large, la Notre-Dame se balançait comme perdue sur les flots éclatants et déserts. Note 3 mots donnés par Louis XIV à Ville-Marie. Fin de note. Mais Maisonneuve n'aimait à regarder que les petits champs des colons et leurs maisons humbles et frustres. Ces nids de soldats, si chétifs devant la majesté des solitudes, avaient à ses yeux une grandeur, une beauté sacrée. C'étaient les assises de l'œuvre à laquelle il avait tout immolé, les commencements de cette puissante ville qu'il était venu fonder au milieu de tant de périls en l'honneur de la Vierge. La chaleur avait été accablante, mais un vent frais s'était levé. Ce vent qui faisait chanter la forêt verte faisait aux alentours du fort onduler les blés, lesquels avaient poussé admirablement. Pourvu que ces diables d'Iroquois ne réussissent pas à brûler nos récoltes, dit tout à coup Maisonneuve. Rien n'abat des hommes comme d'être ainsi atteints dans leur travail. Le secrétaire, en train de fourbir ses armes, avait planté sur le rebord de la fenêtre un poignard couvert de taches roussâtres et frottait vigoureusement. Il répondit sans relever la tête. « Mais monsieur, ce n'est pas étonnant, quand on a risqué tant de fois sa chevelure pour ensemencer son champ, il est triste de ne récolter que des cendres. » C'est vrai, pourtant il y a des cendres qui communiquent le feu de la vie à la terre qui les reçoit, répliqua tranquillement Maisonneuve. Voyez-vous, il faudrait savoir donner ses sueurs comme on donne son sang. Nul de nous n'est ici pour faire fortune. Non, Dieu merci, dit vivement Brigiac, relevant sa tête brune. Ce n'est pas la cupidité qui nous a amenés à Montréal. Nous autres, nous ne courons ni après l'or, ni après les belles fourrures. Ah, s'il ne fallait que du désintéressement, s'écria Maisonneuve, mais il nous faudra une constance bien obstinée. Les premiers pas de la civilisation sont ici prodigieusement difficiles. Je le crains, il s'écoulera encore bien du temps avant que nous ayons un peu de repos, un peu de sécurité. Brigiac le regarda longuement sans rien dire. Séduit par la beauté de l'entreprise, il avait beaucoup sacrifié pour venir partager les labeurs et les dangers des colons de Ville-Marie. Nouvellement arrivé, il s'était déjà signalé par son courage, mais l'établissement lui semblait voué à la destruction. Maisonneuve lut sa pensée dans son regard, et sa physionomie habituellement concentrée et réfléchie s'anima. « Vous croyez que nous ne pourrons tenir toujours contre les ennemis si rusés, si acharnés? Vous nous plaignez, dit-il, étendant la main vers la lisière des bois où l'on apercevait les défricheurs à l'ouvrage. « Vous plaindre » s'exclama le jeune homme, dont les yeux brillèrent. « Non, monsieur, je ne vous plains pas, et que Notre-Dame nous protège et nous donne la victoire. »« La victoire, nous l'aurons, » répliqua Maisonneuve avec une mâle assurance. « Mais, par exemple, il n'est pas dit que nous ne perdrons pas de soldats. On nous fait la guerre le plus horrible peut-être qu'on vit jamais. Le danger est partout. Vous et moi, nous périrons peut-être. Mais soyez tranquille, mon cher. L'œuvre vivra, car la fondation de Ville-Marie est un dessein venu du ciel. Note. Les Iroquois, encouragés par les succès inouïs qu'ils avaient remportés dans les contrées des lacs, se jetèrent sur les établissements français. Leurs bandes se glissèrent à la faveur des bois jusqu'au-dessous de Québec. Ils tuèrent le gouverneur de Trois-Rivières. Ils attaquèrent les laboureurs aux champs et infestèrent la campagne. Ils poursuivirent ce genre de guerre avec tant d'opiniâtreté qu'à peine, dit un contemporain, nous laissait-il quelques jours sans alarme. Incessamment, nous les avions sur les bras. C'est au milieu de ces luttes et de ces combats journaliers que cette belle et grande partie du pays, Montréal et les Trois-Rivières, mais surtout Montréal, fut acquise à la civilisation. Chaque laboureur était soldat, chaque sillon était arrosé de sang. De Garneau, Histoire du Canada. Fin de note. C'est doux à penser et facile à croire. L'île de Montréal appartient à la Sainte Vierge. Vous savez, n'est-ce pas, qu'elle lui a été donnée solennellement et irrévocablement. Marie est notre reine, et je voudrais voir sa statue briller dans les airs au sommet de la montagne. C'est mon désir, c'est mon rêve, poursuivit-il avec une émotion soudaine et profonde. Ah, si je pouvais! Tout notre espoir est en elle, la toute-puissante, la fidèle, l'incomparable, la radieuse. Le chevalier de la Vierge était devenu tendre, éloquent, et son jeune secrétaire l'écoutait charmé. « Vous avez reçu bien des preuves de sa protection ?» demanda-t-il. Le visage de l'idéaliste et l'héroïque fondateur s'éclaira d'un sourire très doux. Il me serait aussi facile de compter les feuilles que le printemps a fait sortir de ses bois, dit-il, indiquant du regard la forêt. Mais vous le savez, la peine, c'est la pierre angulaire. Aussi les épreuves en tout genre ne nous ont pas manqué. Et qui sait ce que l'avenir nous garde? Nous sommes les soldats de la Reine du Ciel, mais nous ignorons comment notre solde nous sera payé de ce côté de la tombe. Les deux hommes échangèrent un sourire et restèrent silencieux, regardant devant eux comme s'ils interrogeaient l'avenir. Faut-il dire ce qui les attendait? Quelle héroïque patience ils surent déployer, l'un contre la savante cruauté indienne, l'autre contre l'injustice et l'envie triomphante. Être homme, dure condition, fit Brigiac, qui avait pris la peau de chamois et la passait et repassait sur son poignard. Mais j'ai lu quelque part qu'il faudrait mieux brûler 100 ans dans une fournaise que d'être privé de la moindre souffrance que Dieu veut nous donner. Celui qui a écrit cela était un éclairé, répondit Maisonneuve-Riant, mais parfois je voudrais bien que les villes se bâtissent encore aux accords de la lyre. Il s'était levé et sa main bronzée effleurait les cordes d'un luth. Au milieu de la sauvage solitude, dans cette chambre, où des armes de toutes sortes brillaient sur les murs, ces sons mélodieux avaient un charme étrange, et, artiste par certains côtés de l'âme, Maisonneuve demandait souvent à son luth un adoucissement à ses soucis. Ce soir-là, il n'y était pas disposé, et les bras croisés, il resta debout devant la fenêtre, à regarder la forêt tranquille que le soleil couchant dorait radieusement. Ses souvenirs, soudainement éveillés, le reportaient vers les années lointaines. Il remontait ces sentiers du passé, où, comme tous les hommes, il avait laissé bien des illusions, bien des rêves, et la tristesse le gagnait. Il y avait longtemps, dit-il, reprenant sa place, que je désirais me retirer du monde, sans pourtant abandonner la profession des armes. Aussi je fus ravi quand M. de la Dauversière me parla de cette ville qu'on voulait fonder en l'honneur de la Mère de Dieu. Et vous n'avez pas hésité à tout quitter pour prendre la responsabilité et la direction de cette œuvre obscure, pleine de dangers, dit Brigiac, regardant son chef avec admiration. Vous êtes pourtant le seul héritier d'une famille ancienne et noble. Vous aviez devant vous un bel avenir. Un sourire effleura la bouche ferme et sérieuse de Maisonneuve. L'une de mes sœurs est religieuse, dit-il. Vous ne vous étonneriez pas de me voir ici si vous l'aviez entendu m'exhorter à tout sacrifier, à tout mépriser pour travailler à la fondation de cette ville dont on attendait les merveilles, qui devait être comme un rempart pour la Nouvelle-France. Le saint Monsieur Ollier avait le premier conçu ce projet hardi. On disait tout bas que l'ordre de fonder une ville à Montréal en l'honneur de la Vierge lui était venu du ciel. Ce que je puis affirmer, c'est que M. Ollier et M. de la Dauversière avaient de l'île de Montréal une connaissance plus exacte que je n'ai encore à l'heure qu'il est. « C'est bien merveilleux, » murmura M. de Brigeac. « Oui, cela me semble naturellement inexplicable, mais il y eut d'autres preuves de la volonté divine. Aussi, ma sœur Louise de Sainte-Marie donnait dans les étoiles à la pensée que l'un des siens allait travailler à une telle œuvre. Elle et quelques autres enthousiastes de sa communauté voulaient absolument venir à Montréal pour me délivrer de leurs instances. Je fus obligé de promettre que je les amènerais plus tard, et je dus accepter ce gage, dit M. de Maisonneuve, passant à son secrétaire une miniature de la Vierge qu'il avait tirée de son portefeuille. C'était l'un de ces chefs-d'œuvre de grâce et de délicatesse comme on en voit dans les vieux missels. Autour, il y avait écrit en lettres d'or « Sainte Mère de Dieu, pure, au cœur loyal, gardez-nous une place en votre Montréal. » C'est sœur Louise qui a rimé cette prière, dit Maisonneuve riant. Ah, les femmes, comme elles font fi des difficultés. Mais à Québec, ce fut bien différent. Sans exagération, notre arrivée fut scandale. On n'appelait pas la fondation de Ville-Marie autrement que la folle entreprise. On disait qu'aller se fixer dans un lieu si terriblement exposé, c'était tenter Dieu. On nous reprochait de sacrifier inutilement beaucoup d'argent et bien des hommes. On nous voyait tous massacrés, ou, ce qui est bien autrement redoutable, prisonniers des Iroquois, ces démons incarnés. Cependant, il y a 13 ans que nous sommes ici, et je ne crois pas du tout exagérer en disant que si nous n'y étions pas, il n'y aurait plus d'établissement français dans le Canada. Ce serait bien humiliant pour nous, dit le secrétaire, qui avait écouté avec une attention extrême. Les colonies anglaises sont si prospères. Oui, mais les puritains traitent les Indiens comme des bêtes fauves. Il ne faut pas que la civilisation leur apparaisse comme une force brutale. Nous autres, nous subissons la guerre, mais nous voulons la paix. Nous voudrions ne former avec ces malheureux qu'une seule famille. Nous voudrions leur donner la civilisation, la foi, tous les biens. Comme c'est bien de la France généreuse, fraternelle, dit Claude de Brigeac avec émotion. Quoi qu'il arrive, non, jamais je ne regretterai d'être venu à Montréal. Je ne sais si les autres sont comme moi, mais je m'y sens sur la plus haute cime humaine. Et il fait bon de respirer un air qui ne souille ni l'envie, ni la cupidité, ni l'hypocrisie. Seulement, dans les grandes choses, avant l'effort qui réussit, il y a presque toujours des efforts qui passent inaperçus. Mais qu'importe, qu'est-ce que le succès? S'écria impétueusement le jeune homme. Il n'y a de réel que ce qui est grand, que ce qui est beau. Vous dites bien, monsieur le Brigeac. Laissez-moi ajouter, il n'y a de vraiment grand, de vraiment beau, que ce qui est fait pour Dieu seul. Et, sous ce rapport, nous sommes dans une situation très heureuse, très favorable. Depuis 13 ans, il se fait à Ville-Marie des prodiges de vaillance. Mais qui le sait? Quelle gloire nous en revient-il devant les hommes? Si ce rameau de France, planté au milieu de dangers si terribles, venait à disparaître, est-ce que dans le monde cela ne ferait pas à peu près le même bruit qu'une branche qui tombe dans un ruisseau ignoré? Et comme Claude de Brigeac le regardait sans rien dire, il poursuivit. N'allez pas croire que je le regrette. Si vous saviez comme je vois le monde dans le lointain, si vous saviez comme il me semble petit. Ici, les sentiments, les intérêts misérables ne tiennent pas. Chose presque incroyable, vraiment admirable, nos hommes ont passé des années réunis dans le fort, Et dans ce frottement de tous les jours, de tous les instants, il ne s'est pas élevé entre eux une seule dispute. C'est que nous sommes à Ville-Marie pour nous dévouer, pour nous sacrifier, pour braver le danger, pour mépriser la mort, s'écria Claude de Brigiac, rayonnant d'ardeur. Et c'est si beau quand on y songe. Oui, c'est beau à penser, mais à la longue c'est dur à faire. Vous éprouverez l'effort sans cesse renouvelé coûte à la nature humaine. La cloche du fort retentit tout à coup, et son éclatement fit relever la tête aux défricheurs qui travaillaient à l'entrée du bois. Obéissant au signal, ils abandonnèrent leur rude labeur, ramassèrent les pioches, les haches, prirent leurs mousquets couchés dans l'herbe et se réunirent, car pour aller au travail ou pour en revenir, il était ordonné aux colons soldats de marcher ensemble, toujours armés. Maisonneuve suivait attentivement les mouvements de ces hommes quand son secrétaire lui fit remarquer un canot qu'on apercevait sur le fleuve, se dirigeant droit vers le fort. Le gouverneur saisit sa longue vue, après un examen rapide, et dit joyeusement « L'échange que j'ai fait proposer est accepté. Ce sont des Iroquois. Il y a une tête blonde dans le canot. Ce doit être cette pauvre petite mademoiselle Moyen qui nous arrive. » Et il passa la longue vue à son secrétaire. En apercevant la jeune fille, enlevée quelques semaines auparavant, dans des circonstances si tragiques, Claude de Brigiac sentit son cœur battre plus fort, et s'excusant auprès de son chef, il bondit vers la grève où quelques Français couraient déjà. Fin du premier chapitre de L'oublié de Laure Conant, lu par Sandra, près de Montréal, 2025.
Chapter 1 of Making a Rock Garden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Making a Rock Garden by H.S. Adams. Chapter 1. The Rock Garden. In Europe, particularly in England, the rock garden is an established institution with a distinct following. The English works on the subject alone form a considerable bibliography. On this side of the Atlantic, the rock garden is so little understood that it is an almost unconsidered factor in the beautifying of the home grounds. There are a few notable rock gardens in this country, all on large estates, and in more instances some excellent work has been done on a smaller and less complicated scale, either by actual creation or by taking advantage of natural opportunities. But for the most part, America has confined its rock garden vision principally to the so-called rockery. Now, a rockery, with all the good intentions lying behind it, is not a rock garden. It is no more a rock garden than a line of cedars planted in an exact circle would be a wood. A rockery is generally a lot of stones stuck in a pile of soil, or, worse yet, a circular array of stones filled in with soil. A rock garden, above all else, is not artificial, at least so far as appearance goes. It is a garden with rocks. The rocks may be few or many, they may have been disposed by nature or the hand of man, but always the effect is naturalistic, if not actually natural. The rock garden's one and only creed is nature. Rock gardens are of so many legitimate, in other words, natural, types, that there is not the slightest excuse for a rockery. Even that commonest of excuses, finding a use for stray stones, falls to the ground. Any close observer of nature is familiar with these types. The natural rock gardens range from the patches of alpine plants above the timberline in high mountains, down the lower slopes and through defiles to fields on or near sea level. Not infrequently they come down to the very sea, while sweet waters commonly define, and what is better are now and then incorporated in, them. Here a pool, there a brook. The bog, too, the heath, and the desert, they take unto themselves, though perhaps only the nearer edge. And does man, by ponderous effort, raise up massive masonry in orderly fashion? One day disorder comes, and nature makes things look natural by another kind of rock garden. Rome's Colosseum and the ruins of Kenilworth Castle are only two of the unnumbered examples of this. Here, in a nutshell, are not only the natural variations of the rock garden, but the inspiration. No rock garden, worthy of the name, has ever been created by man that did not depend upon a study of those that nature has given the world in prodigal abundance. There were the why and the how of it all, and man simply saw and made use of his observations. The advantages of a rock garden are, primarily, an element of picturesqueness that nothing else can provide, and the possession of a place in which can be grown some of the loveliest flowers on earth that, if they flourish at all, will never do as well in the ordinary garden as in conditions more or less approximating their natural habitat. Also, it may be made a pleasance of extraordinary attractiveness. Occasionally, and here is one of the most important things to be learned about the rock garden, it is the veritable key to the garden situation. There are small places where no other kind is worth while, if indeed it is possible. End of chapter 1 of Making a Rock Garden.
Chapter 1 of Sartor Resartus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Sartor Resartus. The Life and Opinions of Herr Teufelsstock by Thomas Carlyle. Chapter 1. Preliminary. Considering our present advanced state of culture, and how the torch of science has now been brandished and borne about, with more or less effect, for 5,000 years and upwards, how in these times especially, not only the torch still burns, and perhaps more fiercely than ever, but innumerable rushlights and sulphur matches, kindled thereat, are also glancing in every direction, so that not the smallest cranny or dog-hole, in nature or art, can remain unilluminated. It might strike the reflective mind with some surprise that hitherto little or nothing of a fundamental character, whether in the way of philosophy or history, has been written on the subject of clothes. Our theory of gravitation is as good as perfect. Lagrange, it is well known, has proved that the planetary system on this scheme will endure forever. Laplace, still more cunningly, even guesses that it could not have been made on any other scheme, whereby at least our nautical logbooks can be better kept, and water transport of all kinds has grown more commodious. Of geology and geognosy we know enough, what with the labours of our Werners and Huttons, what with the ardent genius of their disciples. It has come about that now, to many a royal society, the creation of a world is little more mysterious than the cooking of a dumpling, concerning which last, indeed, there have been minds to whom the question, how the apples were got in, presented difficulties. Why mention our disquisitions on the social contract, on the standard of taste, on the migrations of the herring? Then have we not the doctrine of rent, a theory of value, philosophies of language, of history, of pottery, of apparitions, of intoxicating liquors? Man's whole life and environment have been laid open and elucidated. Scarcely a fragment of fibre of his soul, body, and possessions, but has been probed, dissected, distilled, desiccated, and scientifically decomposed. Our spiritual faculties, of which it appears there are not a few, have their stewards, cousins, royal collards. Every cellular, vascular, muscular tissue glories in its Lawrences. Imagine these, Bichat. How then comes it, may the reflective mind repeat, that the grand tissue of all tissues, the only real tissue, should have been quite overlooked by science, the vestural tissue, namely, of woolen or other cloth, which man's soul wears as its outmost wrappage and overall, wherein his whole other tissues are included and screened, his whole faculties work, his whole self lives, moves, and has its being. For if now and then some straggling broken-winged thinker has cast an owl's glance into this obscure region, but most have soared over it, altogether heedless, regarding clothes as a property, not an accident, as quite natural and spontaneous, like the leaves of trees, like the plumage of birds. In all speculations they have tacitly figured man as a clothed animal, whereas he is by nature a naked animal, and only in certain circumstances by purpose and device masks himself in clothes. Shakespeare says, "We are creatures that look before and after," the more surprising that we do not look round a little and see what is passing under our very eyes. But here, as in so many other cases, Germany, learned, indefatigable, deep-thinking Germany comes to our aid. It is, after all, a blessing that, in these revolutionary times, there should be one country where abstract thought can still take shelter, that while the din and frenzy of Catholic emancipations and rotten boroughs and revolts in Paris deafen every French and every English ear, the German can stand peaceful on his scientific watchtower, and to the raging, struggling multitude, here and elsewhere, solemnly, from hour to hour, with preparatory blast of cow-horn, emit his "Hortet ihr Herren und lasset's euch sagen." In other words, tell the universe, which so often forgets that fact, what o'clock it really is. Not unfrequently the Germans have been blamed for an unprofitable diligence, as if they were stuck into devious courses, where nothing has to be had but the toil of a rough journey, as if, forsaking the gold mines of finance and that political slaughter of fat oxen, whereby a man himself grows fat, they were apt to run goose-hunting into regions of bilberries and crowberries, and be swallowed up at last into remote peat-bogs of that unwise science which, as our humorist expresses it, by geometric scale doth take the size of pots of ale. Still more, of that altogether misdirected industry which is seen vigorously thrashing mere straw, there can nothing defensive be said. In so far as the Germans are chargeable with such, let them take the consequence. Nevertheless, be it remarked that even a Russian steppe has tumult and gold ornaments. Also many a scene that looks desert and rock-bound from the distance will unfold itself, when visited, into rare valleys. Nay, in any case, would criticism erect not only finger-posts and turnpikes, but spiked gates and impassable barriers for the mind of man. It is written, "Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased." Surely the plain rule is, that each considerate person have his way, and see what it will lead to. For not this man and that man, but all men, make up mankind, and their united tasks the task of mankind. How often have we seen some such adventurous, and perhaps much censored wanderer light on some outlying, neglected, yet vitally momentous province, the hidden treasures of which he first discovered and kept proclaiming till the general eye and effort were directed thither, and the conquest was completed, thereby, in these seemingly so aimless rambles, planting new standards, founding new habitable colonies in the immeasurable circumambient realm of nothingness and night. Wise man was he who counselled that speculation should have free course, and look fearsomely towards all the 32 points of the compass, whithersoever and howsoever it listed. Perhaps it is proof of that stunted condition in which pure science, especially pure moral science, languishes among us English, and how a mercantile greatness, an invaluable constitution, and pressing a political or other immediately practical tendency on all English culture and endeavor. Perhaps the free flight of thought, that is, not philosophy of clothes, but recognition even that we have no such philosophy, stands here for the first time published in our language. What English intellect could have chosen such a topic, or by chance stumbled on it, before that same unshackled and even sequestered condition of the German learned, which permits and induces them to fish in all manner of waters, with all manner of nets? It seems probable enough this abstruse inquiry might, in spite of the results it leads to, have continued dormant for indefinite periods. The editor of these sheets, though otherwise boasting himself a man of confirmed speculative habits, and perhaps discursive enough, is free to confess that never till these last months did the above very plain considerations on our total want of philosophy of clothes occur to him, and then, by quite foreign suggestion, by the arrival, namely, of a new book from Professor Teufelsdrock of Weisnichte, treating expressly of this subject, and in a style which, whether understood or not, could not even by the blindest be overlooked. and the present editor's way of thought, this remarkable treatise, with its doctrines, whether as judically acceded to or judically denied, has not remained without effect. Die Kleider, ihr Werden und Wirken, flows their origin and influence, von Diog, Teufelsdrock, Jagd, Ude, etc. Stillschweigen und Cogni, weiß nicht zu, 1831. Here, says Weisnichtusha Anzeiger, comes a volume of that extensive, close-printed, close-mediated sort, which, be it spoken with pride, is seen only in Germany, perhaps only in Weisnichtu, issuing from that hitherto irreproachable firm of Stillschweigen and Company, with every external furtherance. It is of such internal quality as to set neglect at defiance. A work, concludes the well-nigh enthusiastic reviewer, interesting alike to the antiquary, the historian, and the philosophic thinker, a masterpiece of boldness, lynx-eyed acuteness, of rugged independent Germanism and philanthropy. Überkerndeutschheit und Menschenliebe, which will not assuredly pass current without opposition in high places, but must and will exalt the almost new name of Teufelsdrock to the first ranks of philosophy in our German temple of honor. Mindful of old friendship, the distinguished professor, in this the first blaze of his fame, which however does not dazzle him, sends hither a present copy of his book, with compliments and encomiums, which modesty forbids the present editor to rehearse, yet without indicated wish or hope of any kind, except what may be implied in the concluding phrase, mochte es, this remarkable treatise, auch im britischen Boden gedeihen. End of Chapter 1 of Sartor Resartus.
Chapter 1 of Squinty the Comical Pig, His Many Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalia. Squinty the Comical Pig, His Many Adventures by Richard Barnum. Chapter 1, Squinty and the Dog. Squinty was a little pig. You could tell he was a pig just as soon as you looked at him, because he had the cutest little curly tail, as though it wanted to tie itself into a bow, but was not quite sure whether that was the right thing to do. And Squinty had a skin that was as pink under his white hairy bristles as baby's toes. Also, Squinty had the oddest nose. It was just like a rubber ball flattened out, and when Squinty moved his nose up and down or sideways, as he did when he smelled the nice sour milk the farmer was bringing for the pigs' dinner, why, when Squinty did that with his nose, it just made you want to laugh right out loud. But the funniest part of Squinty was his eyes, or rather one eye, and that eye squinted just as well as any eye ever squinted. Somehow or other, I don't just know why exactly, or I would tell you, the lid of one of Squinty's eyes was heavier than the other. That eye opened only halfway, and when Squinty looked up at you from the pen where he lived with his mother and father and little brothers and sisters, why, there was such a comical look on Squinty's face that you wanted to laugh right out loud again. In fact, lots of boys and girls, when they came to look at Squinty in his pen, could not help laughing when he peered up at them with one eye widely open and the other half shut. "Oh, what a comical pig!" the boys and girls would cry. "What is his name?" "Oh, I guess we call him Squinty," the farmer said, and so Squinty was named. Perhaps if his mother had had her way about it, she would have given Squinty another name, as she did his brothers and sisters. In fact, she did name all of them except Squinty. One of the pigs was named Wuff Wuff, and another Curly Tail, and another Squealer, another Wee Wee, and another Puffball. There were 7 pigs in all, and Squinty was the last one. So you see, he came from quite a large family. When his mother had named 6 of her little pigs, she came to Squinty. "Let me see," grunted Mrs. Pig in her own way, for you know animals have a language of their own, which no one else can understand. "Let me see," said Mrs. Pig. "What shall I call you?" She was thinking of naming him Floppy, because the lid of one of his eyes sort of flopped down. But just then a lot of boys and girls came running out to the pig pen. The boys and girls had come on a visit to the farmer who owned the pigs, and when they looked in, and saw a big Mr. and Mrs. Pig and the little ones, one boy called out, "Oh, what a queer little pig with one eye partly open! And how funny he looks at you! What is his name?" "Well, I guess we'll call him Squinty," the farmer had said. And so, just as I have told you, Squinty got his name. "Humph! Squinty!" exclaimed Mrs. Pig, as she heard what the farmer said. "I don't know as I like that." "Oh, it will do very well," answered Mr. Pig. "It will save you thinking up a name for him. And after all, you know, he does squint. Not that it amounts to anything. In fact, it is rather stylish, I think. Let him be called Squinty." "All right," answered Mrs. Pig. So Squinty it was. "Hello, Squinty," called the boys and girls, giving the little pig his new name. "Hello, Squinty." "Woof, woof," grunted Squinty. That mean in his language, hello, you see. For though Squinty and his mother and father and brothers and sisters could understand man talk and boy and girl talk, they could not speak that language themselves, but had to talk in their own way. Nearly all animals understand our talk, even though they cannot speak to us. Just look at a dog, for instance. When you call to him, "Come here," doesn't he come? Of course he does. And when you say, "Lie down, sir," doesn't he lie down? That is, if he is a good dog and minds, he understands anyhow. And see how horses understand how to go when the driver says "Giddy-up," and how they stop when he says "Whoa." So you need not think it strange that a little pig could understand our kind of talk, though he could not speak it himself. Well, Squinty the comical pig lived with his mother and father and brothers and sisters in the farmer's pen for some time. As the days went on, Squinty grew fatter and fatter, until his pink skin under his white bristles was swelled out like a balloon. Exclaimed the farmer one day, as he leaned over the top of the pen to look down on the pigs, after he had poured their dinner into the trough. That little pig with the squinty eye is getting pretty big. I thought he was going to be a little runt, but he seems to be growing as fast as the others." Squinty was glad when he heard that, for he wanted to grow up to be a fine large pig. The farmer took a corn cob, from which all the yellow kernels of corn had been shelled, and with it he scratched the back of Squinty. Pigs like to have their backs scratched, just as cats like to have you rub their smooth fur or tickle them under the ears. "Ugh, ugh," grunted Squinty, looking up at the farmer with his comical eyes, one half shut and the other wide open. "Ugh, ugh," and with his odd eyes, and one ear cocked forward, and the other flopping over backward, Squinty looked so funny that the farmer had to laugh out loud. "What's the matter, Rufus?" asked the farmer's wife, who was gathering the eggs. "Oh, it's this pig," laughed the farmer. "He has such a queer look on his face." "Let me see," exclaimed the farmer's wife. She, too, looked down into the pen. "Oh, isn't he comical!" she cried. Then, being a very kind lady, and liking all the farm animals, the farmer's wife went out in the potato patch and pulled up some pigweed. This is a green weed that grows in the garden, but it does no good there. Instead, it does harm, and farmers like to pull it up to get rid of it. But if pigweed is no good for the garden, it is good for pigs, and they like to chew on the green leaves. "Here, Squinty," called the farmer's wife, tossing some of the juicy green weed to the little pig. "Eat this." "Ugh, ugh," grunted Squinty, and he began to chew the green leaves. I suppose that was his way of saying thank you. As soon as Squinty's brothers and sisters saw the green pigweed the farmer's wife had tossed into the pen, up they rushed to the trough, grunting and squealing to get some too. They pushed and scrambled, and even stepped into the trough, so eager were they to get something to eat, even though they had been fed only a little while before. And that is one strange thing about pigs. They seem to be always hungry, and Squinty's brothers and sisters were no different from other pigs. But wait just a moment, they were a bit different, for they were much cleaner than many pigs I have seen. The farmer who owned them knew that pigs do not like to live in mud and dirt any more than do cows and horses. So this farmer had for his pigs a nice pen with a dry board floor and plenty of corn husks for their bed. They had clean water to drink and a shady place in which to lie down and sleep. Of course there was a mud bath in the pig pen, for, no matter how clean pigs are, once in a while they like to roll in the mud, and I'll tell you the reason for that. You see, flies and mosquitoes and other pests like to bite pigs. The pigs know this, and they also know that if they roll in the mud and get covered with it, the mud will make a coating over them to keep the biting flies away. So that is why pigs like to roll in the mud once in a while, just as you sometimes see a circus elephant scatter dust over his back to drive away the flies. And even such a thick-skinned animal as a rhinoceros likes to plaster himself with mud to keep away the insects. But after Squinty and his brothers and sisters had rolled in the mud, they were always glad when the farmer came with the garden hose and washed them clean again, so their pink skins showed beneath their white, hairy bristles. Squinty and the other pigs grew until they were a nice size. They had nothing to do but eat and sleep, and of course that will make anyone grow. Now Squinty, though he was not the largest of the family of pig children, was by far the smartest. He learned more quickly than did his brothers and sisters how to run to the trough to eat when his mother called him, and he learned how to stand up against one side of the pen and rub himself back and forth to scratch his side, when a mosquito had bitten him in a place he could not reach with his foot. In fact, Squinty was a little too smart. He wanted to do many things his brothers and sisters never thought of. One day when Squinty and the others had eaten their dinner, Squinty told his brother Wuff Wuff that he thought it would be a nice thing to have some fun. Wuff Wuff said he thought so too, but he didn't just know what to do. In fact, there was not much one could do in a pig pen. If we could only get out of here, grunted Squinty, as he looked out through a crack in the boards and saw the green garden where pigweed was growing thickly. Yes, but we can't, said Wuff Wuff. Squinty was not so sure about this. In fact, he was a very inquisitive little pig. That is, he always wanted to find out about things, and why this and that was so, and what made the wheels go around, and all like that. I think I can get out that place, said Squinty to himself a little later. He had found another crack between two boards of the pen, a large crack, and one edge of the board was loose. Squinty began to push with his rubbery nose. A pig's nose is pretty strong, you know, for it is made for digging or rooting in the earth to turn up acorns and other good things to eat. Squinty pushed and pushed on the board until he had made it very loose. The crack was getting wider. Oh, I can surely get out, he thought. He looked around. His mother and father and all the little pigs were asleep in the shady part of the pen. I'm going, said Squinty to himself. He gave one extra hard push, and there he was through the big crack and outside the pen. It was the first time he had ever been out in his life. At first he was a little frightened, but when he looked over into the potato patch and saw pigweed growing there, he was happy. Oh, what a good meal I shall have, grunted Squinty. He ran toward a large bunch of the juicy, green pigweed, but before he reached it he heard a dreadful noise. Bow wow, bow wow, bow wow, went some animal, and then came some growls, and the next moment Squinty saw, rushing toward him, Don, the big black and white dog of the farmer. Bow wow, bow wow, bow wow, barked Don, and that meant in his language, Get back in your pen, Squinty. What do you mean by coming out? Get back. Bow wow. Oh dear, squealed Squinty. I shall be bitten sure. That dog will bite me. Oh dear, why didn't I stay in the pen? Squinty turned on his little short legs as quickly as he could and started back for the pen. But it was not easy to run in a potato field, and Squinty, not having lived in the woods and fields as do some pigs, was not a very good runner. Bow wow, barked Don, running after Squinty. I do not believe Don really meant to hurt the comical little pig. In fact, I know he did not, for Don was very kind-hearted. But Don knew that the pigs were supposed to stay in their pen and not come out to root up the garden. So Don barked, bow wow, get back where you belong, Squinty. Squinty ran as fast as he could, but Don ran faster. Squinty caught his foot in a melon vine, and down he went. Before he could get up, Don was close to him, and the next moment Squinty felt his ear being taken between Don's strong white teeth. Oh dear, squealed Squinty in his own queer pig language. What is going to happen to me? End of chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of Tarzan of the Apes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tarzan of the Apes by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Chapter 1. Out to Sea. I had this story from one who has no business to tell it to me or to any other. I may credit the seductive influence of an old vintage upon the narrator for the beginning of it, and my own skeptical incredulity during the days that followed for the balance of the strange tale. When my convivial host discovered that he had told me so much, and that I was prone to doubtfulness, his foolish pride assumed the task the old vintage had commenced. And so he unearthed written evidence in the form of musty manuscript and dry official records of the British Colonial Office to support many of the salient features of his remarkable narrative. I do not say the story is true, for I did not witness the happenings which it portrays, but the fact that in the telling of it to you I have taken fictitious names for the principal characters quite sufficiently evidences the sincerity of my own belief that it may be true. The yellow, mildewed pages of the diary of a man long dead, and the records of the Colonial Office dovetail perfectly with the narrative of my convivial host, and so I give you the story as I painstakingly pieced it out from these several various agencies. If you do not find it credible, you at least be as one with me in acknowledging that it is unique, remarkable, and interesting. From the records of the Colonial Office, and from the dead man's diary, we learn that a certain young English nobleman, whom we shall call John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, was commissioned to make a peculiarly delicate investigation of conditions in a British West Coast African colony, from whose simple and native inhabitants another European power was known to be recruiting soldiers for its native army, which it used solely for the forcible collection of rubber and ivory from savage tribes along the Congo and the Arawini. The natives of the British colony complained that many of their young men were enticed away through the medium of fair and glowing promises, but that few, if any, ever returned to their families. The Englishmen in Africa went even further, saying that these poor blacks were held in virtual slavery, since after their terms of enlistment expired their ignorance was imposed upon by their white officers, and they were told that they had yet several years to serve. And so the Colonial Office appointed John Clayton to a new post in British West Africa, but his confidential instructions centered on a thorough investigation of the unfair treatment of black British subjects by the officers of a friendly European power. Why he was sent is, however, of little monument to this story, for he never made an investigation, nor in fact did he ever reach his destination. Clayton was the type of Englishman that one likes to best associate with the noblest monuments of historic achievement upon 1,000 victorious battlefields. A strong, virile man, mentally, morally, and physically. In stature he was above the average height, his eyes were grey, his features regular and strong, his carriage that of perfect robust health, influenced by his years of army training. Political ambition had caused him to seek transference from the army to the Colonial Office, and so we find him, still young, entrusted with a delicate and important commission in the service of the Queen. When he received this appointment he was both elated and appalled. The preferment seemed to him in the nature of a well-merited reward for painstaking and intelligent service, and as a stepping stone to posts of greater importance and responsibility. But on the other hand he had been married to the Hon, Alice Rutherford, for scarce 3 months, and it was the thought of taking this fair young girl into the dangers and isolation of tropical Africa that appalled him. For her sake he would have refused the appointment, but she would not have it so. Instead she insisted that he accept, and indeed take her with him. There were mothers and brothers and sisters and aunts and cousins to express various opinions on the subject, but as to what they severally advised, history is silent. We know only that on bright May morning in 1888, John, Lord Greystoke, and Lady Alice sailed from Dover on their way to Africa. A month later they arrived at Freetown, where they chartered a small sailing vessel, the Fuwalda, which was to bear them to their final destination. And here John Lord Greystoke and Lady Alice his wife vanished from the eyes and from the knowledge of men. 2 months after they weighed anchor and cleared from the port of Freetown, a half-dozen British war vessels were scouring the South Atlantic for trace of them or their little vessel. And it was almost immediately that the wreckage was found upon the shores of St. Helena, which convinced the world that the Fuwalda had gone down with all on board, and hence the search was stopped ere it had scarce begun, though help lingered in longing hearts for many years. The Fuwalda, a barkentine of about 100 tons, was a vessel of the type often seen in coastwise trade in the far southern Atlantic. Their crews composed of the offscourings of the sea, unhanged murderers and cutthroats of every race and every nation. The Fuwalda was no exception to the rule. Her officers were swarthy bullies, hating and hated by their crew. The captain, while a competent seaman, was a brute in his treatment of his men. He knew, or at least he used, but 2 arguments in his dealings with them, a belaying pin and a revolver, nor is it likely that the motley aggregation he signed would have understood aught else. So it was that from the second day out from Freetown, John Clayton and his young wife witnessed scenes upon the deck of the Fuwalda, such as they had believed were never enacted outside the covers of printed stories of the sea. It was on the morning of the second day that the first link was forged in what was destined to form a chain of circumstances, ending in a life for one then unborn such as has never been paralleled in the history of man. 2 sailors were washing down the decks of the Fuwalda. The first mate was on duty, and the captain had stopped to speak with John Clayton and Lady Alice. The men were working backwards towards the little party who were facing away from the sailors. Closer and closer they came until one of them was directly behind the captain. In another moment he would have passed by, and this strange narrative would have never been recorded. But just that instant the officer turned to leave Lord and Lady Greystoke, and as he did so tripped against the sailor and sprawled headlong upon the deck, overturning the water pail so that he was drenched in its dirty contents. For an instant the scene was ludicrous, but only for an instant. With a volley of awful oaths, his face suffused with the scarlet of mortification and rage, the captain regained his feet, and with a terrific blow felled the sailor to the deck. The man was small and rather old, so that the brutality of the act was thus accentuated. The other seaman, however, was neither old nor small, a huge bear of a man with fierce black mustachios, and a great bull neck set between massive shoulders. As he saw his mate go down, he crouched, and with a low snarl sprang upon the captain, crushing him to his knees with a single mighty blow. From scarlet the officer's face went white, for this was a mutiny, and mutiny he had met and subdued before in his brutal career. Without waiting to rise, he whipped a revolver from his pocket, firing point-blank at the great mountain of muscle towering before him. But quick as he was, John Clayton was almost as quick, so that the bullet which was intended for the sailor's heart lodged into the sailor's leg instead. For Lord Greystoke had struck down the captain's arm as he had seen the weapon flash in the sun. Words passed between Clayton and the captain, the former making it plain that he was disgusted with the brutality displayed towards the crew, nor would he countenance any further of the kind while he and Lady Greystoke remained passengers. The captain was on the point of making an angry reply, but thinking better of it, turned on his heel and, black and scowling, strode off. He did not care to antagonize an English official, for the Queen's mighty arm wielded a punitive instrument which he could appreciate and which he feared, England's far-reaching navy. The 2 sailors picked themselves up, the older man assisting his wounded comrade to rise. The big fellow, who was known among his mates as Black Michael, tried his leg gingerly, and finding that it bore his weight, turned to Clayton with a word of gruff thanks. Though the fellow's turn was surly, his words were evidently well met. Ere had he scarce finished his little speech, he had turned and was limping off towards the forecastle, with the very apparent intention of forestalling any further conversation. They did not see him again for several days, nor did the captain accord them more than the surliest of grunts when he was forced to speak to them. They took their meals in his cabin as they had before the unfortunate occurrence, but the captain was careful to see that his duties never permitted him to eat at the same time. The other officers were coarse, illiterate fellows, but little above the villainous crew they bullied, and were only too glad to avoid social intercourse with the polished English noble and his lady, so that the Claytons were left very much to themselves. This in itself accorded perfectly with their desires, but it also rather isolated them from the life of the little ship, so that they were unable to keep in touch with the daily happenings, which were to culminate so soon in bloody tragedy. There was, in the whole atmosphere of the craft, that undefinable something which presages disaster. Outwardly, to the knowledge of the Claytons, all went on as before upon the little vessel, but that there was some undertow leading them towards some unknown danger, both felt, though they did not speak of it to each other. On the second day after the wounding of Black Michael, Clayton came on deck just in time to see the limp body of one of the crew being carried below by 4 of his fellows, while the first mate, a heavy belaying pin in his hand, stood glowering at the little party of sullen sailors. Clayton asked no questions. He did not need to. And the following day, as the great lines of a British battleship grew out of the distant horizon, he half determined to demand that he and Lady Alice be put aboard her, for his fears were steadily increasing that nothing but harm could result from remaining on the lowering, sullen Fuwalda. Toward noon they were within speaking distance of the British vessel, but when Clayton had nearly decided to ask the captain to put them aboard her, the obvious ridiculousness of such a request became suddenly apparent. What reason could he give the officer commanding Her Majesty's ship for desiring to go back in the direction from which he had just come? What if he told them that 2 insubordinate seamen had been roughly handled by their officers? They would but laugh in their sleeves and attribute his reason for wishing to leave the ship to but one thing: cowardice. John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, did not ask to be transferred to the British man-of-war. Late in the afternoon he saw her upper works fade below the far horizon, but not before he learned that which confirmed his greatest fears, and caused him to curse the false pride which has restrained him from seeking safety for his young wife a few short hours before, when safety was within reach, a safety which was now gone forever. It was mid-afternoon that brought the little old sailor who had been felled by the captain a few days before to where Clayton and his wife stood by the ship's side, watching the ever-diminishing outlines of the great battleship. The old fellow was polishing brasses, and as he came edging along until close to Clayton, he said in an undertone, "L's to pay, sir, on this here craft, and mark my word for it, sir, L's to pay." "What do you mean, my good fellow?" asked Clayton. "Why, hasn't ye seen what's going on? Hasn't ye heard that devil spawn of a captain and his mates knocking the bloomin' lights out of half the crew? 2 buzzer heads yesterday and 3 today. Black Michael's as good as new again, and not the bully to stand for it. Nuh-uh. And mark my word for it, sir." "You mean, my man, that the crew contemplates mutiny?" asked Clayton. "Mutiny?" exclaimed the old fellow. "Mutiny? They means murder, sir, and mark my words for it, sir." "When?" "It's coming, sir, it's coming. But I'm not a-saying when, and I said too damn much now. But you was a good sort the other day, and I had no more right to warn you. But keep a still tongue in your head, and when you shoot, get down below and stay there. That's all. Only keep a still tongue in your head, or they'll put a pill between your ribs. And mark my word for it, sir." And the old fellow went on with his polishing, which carried him away from where the Claytons were standing. "Deuced cheerful outlook, Alice," said Clayton. "You should warn the captain at once, John. Possibly the trouble may yet be averted," she said. "I suppose I should, but yet from purely selfish motives I am almost prompted to keep a still tongue in my head. Whatever they do now, they will spare us in recognition of my stand for this fellow Black Michael. But should they find that I have betrayed them, there would be no mercy shown us, Alice." "You have but one duty, John. That lies in the interest of vested authority. If you do not warn the captain, you are as much a party to whatever follows as though you had helped to plot and carry it out with your own head and hands." "You do not understand, dear," replied Clayton. "It is of you I am thinking. There lies my first duty. The captain has brought this condition upon himself, so why then should I risk subjugating my wife to unthinkable horrors in a probably futile attempt to save him from his own brutal folly? Oh, you have no conception, dear, of what would follow were this pack of cutthroats to gain control of the Fuwalda." "Duty is duty, John, and no amount of sophistries may change it. Oh, I would be a poor wife for an English lord were I to be responsible for shirking a plain duty. I realize the danger which must follow, but I can face it with you." "Have it as you will, then, Alice," he answered, smiling. "Maybe we are borrowing trouble. While I do not like the looks of things on board this ship, they may not be so bad after all, for it is possible that the ancient mariner was but voicing the desires of his wicked old heart, rather than speaking of real facts. Mutiny on the high sea may have been common 100 years ago, but in this good year of 1888 is the least likely of happenings. But there goes the captain to his cabin now. If I am going to warn him, I might as well get the beastly job over, for I have a little stomach to talk with the brute at all." So saying, he strolled carelessly in the direction of the companionway through which the captain had passed, and a moment later was knocking at his door. "Come in," growled the deep tones of that surly officer. And when Clayton had entered and closed the door behind him, "Well, I have come to report the gist of a conversation I heard today, because I feel that, while there may be nothing to it, it is as well that you be forewarned. In short, the men contemplate mutiny and murder." "It is a lie," roared the captain, "and if you have been interfering again with the discipline of this ship, or meddling in affairs that don't concern you, you can take the consequences and be damned. I don't care whether you are an English lord or not. I am captain of this here ship, and from now on you are to keep your meddling nose out of my business." The captain had worked himself up to such a frenzy of rage that he was fairly purple of face, and he shrieked the last words at the top of his voice, emphasizing his remarks by a loud thumping of the table with one huge fist and shaking the other in Clayton's face. Greystoke never turned a hair, but stood eyeing the excited man with level gaze. "Captain Billings," he drawled finally, "if you will pardon my candor, I might remark that you are something of an ass." Whereupon he turned and left the captain with the same indifferent ease that was habitual with him, and which was more surely calculated to raise the ire of a man of Billings' class than a torrent of invective. So whereas the captain might easily have been brought to regret his hasty speech had Clayton attempted to conciliate him, his temper was now irrevocably set in the mould in which Clayton had left it, and the last chance of their working together for their common good was gone. "Well, Alice," said Clayton, as he rejoined his wife, "I might have saved my breath. The fellow proved to be most ungrateful, fairly jumped at me like a mad dog. He and his blasted old ship may hang for aught I care, and until we are safely off the thing, I shall spend my energies in looking after our own welfare. And I rather fancy the first step to that end should be to go to our cabin and look for my revolvers. I am sorry now that we pack the larger guns and the ammunition with the stuff below." They found their quarters in a bad state of disorder. Clothing from their open boxes and bags strewn the little apartment, and even their beds had been torn to pieces. "Evidently someone was more anxious about our belongings than we," said Clayton. "Let's have a look around, Alice, and see what's missing." A thorough search revealed the fact that nothing had been taken but Clayton's 2 revolvers, and the small supply of ammunition he had saved out for them. "Those are the very things I most wish they had left us," said Clayton, "and the fact that they wished for them and them alone is most sinister." "What are we to do, John?" asked his wife. "Perhaps you were right in that our best chance lies in maintaining a neutral position. If the officers are able to prevent a mutiny, we have nothing to fear, while if the mutineers are victorious, our one slim hope lies in not having attempted to thwart or antagonize them." "Right you are, Alice. Well, we'll keep to the middle of the road." As they started to straighten up their cabin, Clayton and his wife simultaneously noticed the corner of a piece of paper protruding from beneath the door of their quarters. As Clayton stooped to reach for it, he was amazed to see it move further into the room, and then he realized that it was being pushed inward by someone from without. Quickly and silently he stepped towards the door, but as he reached for the knob to throw it open, his wife's hand fell upon his wrist. "No, John," she whispered. "They do not wish to be seen, so we cannot afford to see them. Do not forget, we are keeping to the middle of the road." Clayton smiled and dropped his hand to his side, and thus they stood watching the little bit of white paper until it finally remained at rest upon the floor just inside the door. Then Clayton stooped and picked it up. It was a bit of grimy white paper, roughly folded into a ragged square. Opening it, they found a crude message, printed almost illegibly, and with many evidences of an unaccustomed task. Translated, it was a warning to the Claytons to refrain from reporting the loss of the revolvers, or from repeating what the old sailor had told them, to refrain on pain of death. "I rather imagine we'll be good," said Clayton with a rueful smile. "About all we can do is sit tight and wait for whatever may come." End of chapter 1.
Kapitola 1. Knihy Továrna na absolutno. Toto je nahrávka LibriVox. Všechny nahrávky LibriVox jsou volným dílem. Pro více informací o projektu nebo možnosti dobrovolničení, prosím navštivte librivox.org. Továrna na absolutno. Napsal Karel Čapek. Kapitola 1. Inzerát. Na nový rok 1943 pan G.H. Bondy, prezident závodu MEAS, četl noviny jako kdykoliv jindy. Přeskočil poněkud neúctivě zprávy z bojiště, vyhnul se kabinetní krizi a vyplul plnými plachtami, protože Lidové noviny dávno již zpětinásobily svůj formát, stačily by tyto plachty i na zámořskou plavbu, do rubriky národního hospodáře. Zde křižoval řádnou chvíli, načež svinul plachty a nechal se kolébat sněním. Uhelná krize, řekl si, vyčerpání dolů, ostravská pánev zastavuje práci na léta, u všech všudy to je pohroma. Musíme vozit hornoslezské uhlí, prosím, počítejte, oč nám to zdraží naše produkty a pak mě mluvte o soutěži. Jsme na hromadě a zvýšili Německo tarify, můžeme zavřít boudu. A živno klesla, o bože, jaké malé poměry, jaké těsné, pitomé, neplodné poměry. Zatracená krize. Pan G.H. Bondy, předseda správní rady, se zastavil. Něco ho neodbytně dráždilo. Sledoval to, až to našel na poslední stránce odložených novin. Bylo to slovíčko les. Vlastně jen půl slova, protože noviny byly zrovna před L přeloženy. Byla to právě ta polovičatost, která se tak neobyčejně vnucovala. No bože, bude tam asi želez, uvažoval Bondy neurčitě. Nebo neles, nebo nález. A dusíkové akcie také klesly, strašlivá stagnace, malé, směšně malé poměry. Ale to je nesmysl, kdo by inzeroval nález. Spíše ztrátu. Má tam asi stát ztráta, rozhodně. Poněkud rozladěn rozložil pan G.H. Bondy noviny, aby se zbavil nepříjemného slova. Nyní zmizelo docela v šachovnici inzerátů. Honil je sloupec za sloupcem. Ukrylo se s rozčilující schválností. Nyní pan Bondy začal zdola a konečně od pravé strany. Protivný nález byl ten tam. G.H. Bondy se nevzdal. Složil znovu noviny a hle, nenáviděné les vyskočilo samo na okraj. Tu tedy je zachytil prstem, otevřel rychle noviny a našel. Pan Bondy tiše zasakroval. Byl to všeho všudy velmi skrovný, velmi všední inzerátek. Vynález, velmi lukrativní, vhodný pro každou továrnu, se ihned z osobních příčin prodá. Dotazy na inženýra R. Marka. Břevnov 1651. Tohle mě stálo za to, myslel si pan G.H. Bondy. Nějaké patentní šle, nějaký podvůdek nebo bláznová hračka. A já s tím ztrácím 5 minut. Já už blbnu. Malé poměry a žádný rozmach. Prezident Bondy se nyní položil do houpací židle, aby pohodlněji procítil celou trpkost malých poměrů. Pravda, Meas má 10 továren a 34 000 dělníků. Meas vede v železe. Meas je v kotlích bez konkurence. Rošty Meas jsou světová značka. Ale za 20 let práce, pane bože, by se jinde pořídilo něco většího. G.H. Bondy se pruce posadil. Inženýr Marek, počkejme, není to snad zrzavý Marek, jak se ho nemenoval? Rudolf Ruda Marek, kamarád Ruda z techniky? Skutečně tady v inzerátě je inženýr R. Marek, Rudotykujone, je to možno? A chudáku, ty jsi to dopracoval. Prodávat velmi lukrativní vynález. Z osobních příčin. My už známe takové osobní příčiny. Nemáš peníze, viď? Chtěl bys chytit průmyslovou kavku na nějaký usmolený patent. Jen už vždycky si býval trochu poslední myšlenkou převrátit svět. Ach, holenku, kde jsou naše velké myšlenky? Naše velkodušné a šarlatánské mládí. Prezident Bondy se zase položil. Snad je to opravdu Marek, přemítal. Ale Marek byl vědecká hlava, trochu mluvká, ale ten kluk měl něco geniálního. Měl myšlenky. Jinak děsně nepraktický člověk, vlastně úplný blázen, je to divné, řekl si pan Bondy, že není profesorem. Přes 20 let jsem ho neviděl. Bůh ví, co všechno dělal, snad úplně sešel. Ba jistě sešel, bydlí až v Břevnově, chudák. A živí se vynálezy, strašný konec. Pan Bondy se pokoušel představit si bídu sešlého vynálezce. Podařilo se mu vymyslet si úžasně vousatou, rozcuchanou hlavu. Stěny kolem jsou pochmurné a papírové jako ve filmu. Nábytek žádný. V koutě matrace, na stole ubohý model z cívek, hřebíků a ohřelých syrek, kalné okénko vede na dvorek. A do této nevýslovné nuzoty vkročí návštěva v kožichu. Jdu se podívat na váš vynález. Poloslepý vynálezce nepozná starého kamaráda, pokorně uklání ježatou hlavu, hledá kam hosta posadit a nyní, ó dobrý bože, s křehlými, ubohými, třesoucími se prsty zkouší uvést v pohyb svůj žalostný vynález, jakési pošetilé perpetuum mobile a zmateně brebentí, jak by to mělo běžet, jak by to jistě běželo, kdyby mohl koupit. Návštěva v kožichu bloudí očima po celé té podstřešní komůrce a náhle vytáhne z kapsy koženou tašku a klade na stůl 1000, druhou. Dost už, ulekl se sám pan Bondy. A ještě 3. 1000 by to konečně také spravila. Prozatím, myslí něco v panu Bondym. To je na další práci, pane Marku. Ne, nejste docela ničím povinen. Cože, kdo jsem? Na tom nezáleží. Myslete si, že váš přítel... Prezident Bondy byl velmi spokojen a dojat tímto obrazem. Pošlu k Markovi svého sekretáře, umínil si, hned, nebo hned zítra. A co budu dělat dnes? Je svátek, do továrny nejdu, mám vlastně volno. Ach, ty malé poměry. Po celý den nemít co dělat. Co kdybych sám dnes? G.H. Bondy zaváhal. Bylo by to tak trochu dobrodružství, podívat se na tu bídu podivína v Břevnově. Byli jsme konečně takoví přátelé. A vzpomínky mají svá práva, pojedu. Rozhodl se pan Bondy. A jel. Trochu ho potom nudilo, když jeho auto klouzalo po celém Břevnově, aby hledalo nejubožejší domeček s číslem 1651. Museli se ptát na policii. Marek, hledal inspektor ve své paměti. To je asi inženýr Rudolf Marek a spol, továrna na žárovky, Mixova ulice 1651. Továrna na žárovky. Prezident Bondy byl zklamán, ano, roztrpčen. Ruda Marek není tedy v postřeší. Je továrníkem a prodává z osobních příčin nějaký vynález. Starý hochu, to smrdí konkursem, nebo ať nejsem Bondy. Nevíte, jak se panu Markovi daří? Zeptal se jakoby mimochodem policejního inspektora, když už sedal do auta. No, výborně, odpovídal inspektor. Tuze krásný závod má, slavná firma, dodával s místní úctou. Bohatý pán, objasňoval ještě. A hrozně učený, samé pokusy dělá. Mixová ulice, kázal pan Bondy šoférovi. 3. ulice napravo, volal inspektor za autem. A teď už pan Bondy zvoní u obytného křídla docela slušné továrničky. Je to tady čisté, na dvoře záhonky, na zdech psí víno. Řekl si pan Bondy. Kus humanitářství a reformismu byl v tom zatraceném Markovi odjakživa. A tuhle vstříc na schody vychází sám Marek. Ruda Marek. Je hrozně hubený a vážný, jaksi vznešený. Bondy mu je divně u srdce, že Ruda není ani tak mladý, jako býval, ani úžasně zarostlý jako ten vynálezce, že je docela jiný než cokoliv, nač pan Bondy myslel. Bastěží k poznání. Ale dřív, než si plně uvědomil zklamání, podává mu inženýr Marek ruku a tiše povídá. No, že jsi už přišel, Bondy. Já jsem tě čekal. Konec kapitoly 1. knihy Továrna na absolutno.